I'm Perry Peltz. I'm moderating today's panel, and I'm really excited about it. I'm going to introduce you to everybody in just a moment. But this panel is Bold Moves Only, Innovation When Lives Are on the Line. So if you're here for a different panel, stay here, because this is where the action is, promise. Anyway, so excited to have everyone here. What are we talking about? If you have ever waited for a diagnosis, a treatment, a medical breakthrough for someone you love, you know just how much time matters. In fact, every minute matters between survival and loss. But then why is it that sometimes medical breakthroughs and treatments take so long to develop? Even when the science exists, it may not happen. We have systems that are averse to risk. We have bureaucracy. We have issues around consensus. There's so many issues, and today we're going to talk about the breakthroughs that are needed by three very bold leaders. So, with that in mind, I want to introduce you to everybody. Regina Dugan, down there on the left. Regina is the president and CEO of Welcome Leap, where she's built a new kind of philanthropy powered by over $1 billion, working in 28 countries, driving breakthroughs in human health in years instead of decades. She held advanced technology executive leadership roles at Meta, Google, and this is amazing, was the first female director of DARPA. Yeah, exactly. And Regina, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the longest standing track record of radical breakthroughs in human history at DARPA?
At DARPA.
It's extraordinary.
It's extraordinary.
Okay, but we could have another conversation about that. Sitting next to Regina, we have breaking news for you. John Mills is CEO and co-founder of Watch Duty. His nonprofit Wildfire Alert app became the number one app in the country during the LA fires, was named Fast Company's number one nonprofit of 2025. That's not the breaking news. This morning, hot off the press, it became one of Time's most influential companies of the year, which is extraordinary. John, that is so kick-ass. That's a technical term. Yeah. Peggy Clark. Peggy is the founder and interim executive director of Aspen Global Innovators Group, where she leads programs pioneering breakthrough solutions to global development. Peggy's held senior positions at the Aspen Institute, the Ford Foundation, Save the Children, and Realizing Rights. You won a presidential
award for my grand prize. Yep.
All right. You won what was it was a presidential?
It was related to the beginning of the movement around investing in low-income people that they could become credit-worthy.
It's very cool.
Yeah, thanks.
And our goal this morning is to discuss how we can have faster, bolder systems of innovation that can actually work. So let's start it. We're going to do a lightning round, everybody. Peggy, why don't I start with you? When lives are on the line, speed matters. Can you give us one example? And I don't want to start it on a down, but I want to make sure that we understand the stakes that we're talking about here. From your own experience, Peggy, when things move too slowly, what is the human price? What is the price that people pay?
Right. So let's talk about malaria. Malaria is one of the leading causes of death of children under 5 in the world. Every minute, a child dies from malaria around the world, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa. It's 75% of the deaths of children under 5. And so an issue of speed, there was about a decade and a half ago, this brilliant idea of insecticide-treated bed nets. There was supposed to be this big, incredible innovation and advancement to cut down on malaria deaths, which are 100% preventable, but not in most of the lowest income countries of the world. So in any case, everybody was like, oh, this is so fabulous. New York Times, maybe they weren't. They were probably in Time magazine, I don't know. But in any case, what happened was they found the rates weren't changing, especially for children, and it wasn't being used. There was not enough attention paid to the distribution and the uptake of these beautiful, brilliant innovations. And so what they found was they were so pretty, like they're bright blue, and if you go into the homes, you see them in the shelves, and they're like, we're saving those for the guests when they come. And they very rarely use them for children, because that's really not the way you assess who gets the most benefits in the family. So that's an example of a brilliant idea that could have have made a huge difference and is now making a big difference. But the question of cultural context, use, what's happening in a home with the user on the ground makes a difference between life and death.
And what I love about that solution is it's so lo-fi, right?
Totally
it's just
lo-fi.
sitting right there in front of you.
Right.
Okay, John, same question for you. A real life experience from your experience.
Well, unfortunately, this has been all too much in the news, but I'll keep it short. Eaton Fire, 18 people lost their lives. Paradise Fire, 85 people lost their lives. Lahaina Fire, 102 people lost their lives. And this story keeps repeating itself over and over again. And when people are not informed about what is going on around them, it means that men and women will perish, oftentimes in the middle of the night or trying to escape from a fire.
All right, and we're going to get back to the solution and what the work that you're doing, which is so extraordinary.
Yeah.
Okay, Regina, same question to you, a real life
Yeah.
experience where people pay the price.
Yeah. So I'll riff a little off of what Peggy said. So our work is really about generating breakthroughs, more of them, and doing so faster in service to human health. And, sometimes the numbers can be a little intimidating. I'll start. So every 16 seconds in the world, a child is born still. That's 2 million babies a year. Now, it's often hard to connect to that kind of number, so let me just put it in a slightly different perspective for you. You wake up in the morning, you lift your head off the pillow, you brush your teeth, you go about your day, you have dinner, brush your teeth again, hopefully, put your head back down on the pillow. In that period of time, 3,600 babies have lost their lives to stillbirth. Now, the numbers go on, right? In that same period of time, pillow to pillow, 20 vets in the United States have taken their own lives. In that same period of time, 960 women have had blood transfusions because they're heavy menstrual bleeding. That's one day, pillow to pillow. So when we think about the research that we're doing, we're challenging every aspect of it. How we get to the work faster, how we get to solutions faster, how we generate the data to get to transition and impact faster, all of that in service to those individuals, families, and communities who are facing those kinds of health threats.
Regina, what's so interesting about what you just said, yes, we want to move faster. Yes, we want to fix things. That's a pretty bold statement when you start to talk about human health, where the stakes are really, really high.
That's right.
So how are you doing that at Welcome Leap? How are you actually making the things that you just mentioned come true?
Okay. So here's something of the timelines that we work to. So we've been in existence for 5 years. In that period of time, we have launched 12 programs, all funded to the tune of $50 million. We are working in 28 countries. All of our programs are 3 years time boxed. In order to make progress in 3 years, you have to challenge everything about what is typically done. So normally, from application to decision to funding, could be a year, maybe a year and a half. When we get proposals, we make decisions in 30 days. 30 days after that, we are under contract, and most of our performers have money to start, and we have a global kickoff. We are working in the global commons. We use network effect, all of the best people who can contribute to the idea, working against a common mission. We are using the best principles of agile and iterative development so that we are constantly moving towards a bold goal that we can also test and measure our progress against. That's how we do it.
It could take me 30 days to answer an email, just to put this into context. Thank you, Regina.
Sure.
John, let's talk about it vis-a-vis fighting fires. Why start Watch Duty? Can you just tell everybody a little bit about the story, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, this, like many obvious problems, they're kind of staring you in the face, just like your nose. You kind of tune it out until you look down, you're like, oh, it's right there. And so there's a lot of times that these things are obvious, but the solutions are non-obvious. And so I experienced a couple fires on my ranch in northern Sonoma County. I almost lost it twice, once real in earnest. It was a very big 50,000-acre fire. And after that experience, I realized that we were the ones we were waiting for. There was no one else who was going to solve this problem for us. And I started to work with my local government and organizations who were in this sector. And frankly, they didn't really want the help. They were like, I'm the government, I'll figure this out. You can have a volunteer badge and show up when bad things happen. And I'm like, this is not how we're going to band together to solve really big problems. And so, I decided with a couple of my co-founders, I was unemployed, or fun-employed at the time, as my generation calls it. I was enjoying myself traveling around in fire trucks, doing wildland fire training, pretending like I was a firefighter, trying to understand what they were doing. And it finally hit me in May of 2021 that I had to go build this. And 80 days later, I didn't sleep very much, and I built it and launched it, and it blew up immediately after that.
Can you talk a little bit about the blowing up, like actually what happened?
Yeah, so...
And I just want to remind everybody, because if you've just walked in, that today, John's company was named the most influential company of the year by Time. So which is extraordinary.
One of.
We're giving you the
Don't let the facts...
John is
I'm
very
sorry, may
humble.
I give you the NBC motto, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story? But, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm trying to think how to dive into this one. Well, what Watch Duty really does is we alert about all the fires nearby, and I found lots of people on the internet who were doing this before my company, my nonprofit, existed. So through some of the fires that I experienced, there were these intrepid young men and women on Facebook and Twitter who were listening to the fire service radios day and night and disseminating that information for the world to hear. And so after going through one of my mega fires, I realized after trying to work with the government that those people were the answer, that I could band together these unlikely group of people, give them a platform to do what they do better and collaborate in real time, and then push that information out. And so part of our go-to-market strategy was really using them as influencers, is kind of the word we use in Silicon Valley. They would never say this, so I hope they don't hear me say this about them. But they had really big followings in their community. They had the trust of their community for a very long time, ever since really the Tubbs fire in 2017 in Northern California, or the Valley Fire up in Lake County. But they were already doing this work, and so they had this avid following and respect of their community. And so once they got on this platform, overnight, it just took off, and that was really our strategy from the beginning. Before I wrote a line of code, I asked myself, can I get this to market? Is it going to win? And if it does win and it gets the fire truck, what's going to happen? And here we are today.
Yay.
It's amazing. Peggy, let's talk about some of the roadblocks, right?
Yeah, and let me just jump in on
for
this. What's so incredibly cool about sitting next to John Mills is we really need to ask ourselves, where do we believe innovation comes from? Where do we believe expertise lies? And so often you think it's this big fancy, you might think it's the DARPA building, some other big fancy place in Silicon Valley.
It's not so fancy.
But here's John hanging out there in Sonoma, walking around thinking, something's really amiss here. People are not able to understand how fast this fire is moving. So what I love about this example, aside from the fact you're the most powerful company in the world as of today, is we spend a lot of time trying to really flip that script about where does expertise lie. And particularly in the global south, you can go to a panel on Ebola at Brookings Institute, Massachusetts Avenue. There's not one African there talking about what's happening. And so what we often do is we're looking for those remarkable innovators that are unsung, that nobody knows about. And so I think what I wanted to share with you is there's such cool ideas, just like what John's describing. I'll give you the example of one person. He was one of our Aspen New Voices fellows, Dixon Chibanda, Zimbabwe, one of two psychiatrists in the country. This is in the country. And he loses a very good friend to suicide. And he's like, this is crazy. There's a mental health crisis in Zimbabwe, in the world. There's a mental health crisis. There are not enough shrinks anywhere. And aside from the fact, even those of us that go to them, it's way too expensive. And does it really work? I'm not sure. So anyway, Dixon decides, what can I do about this? There's this huge pressures, there's rising depression. And so he says, who's trusted in the community? In African societies, it's grandmothers. Grandmothers are really trusted. The elders, which we need to work on in this country more, respect for elder women. But in any case, he started working with them around training them in basic triage primary care mental health work. And then he said, how can I get people to come? Because there's so much stigma around mental health. So he said, I'm going to make a bench. And he literally built a wooden bench. And he put it in the middle of the, center of the town. And the grandmom was sitting there. And, they started publicizing, if you have issues, if you want to talk, you can sit down and talk to the grandmother. And so this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful story is now such that there's over 2 million people being served. He's working in about 12 countries across the world. Prince William has a friendship band in front of his house or something. AARP is talking to him about this. But this is a wicked problem. Mental health is a crisis, particularly young people today. And here is somebody in Zimbabwe, one of 2 psychiatrists, who says, who can be trusted? How can we do a training that would enable low-cost, rapid scale-up, accessible intervention in the places where the need is greatest? So just riffing off of you, any of us can be the most powerful innovators.
I can add to that, even at the research level, right? So we tend to have, look, in my view, almost a patronizing view of what the contributions from many people in the world can be, even at the earliest stage of research. So in the stillbirth prevention program that I mentioned, we have participants at the research level in the US, Uganda, all over the world. They are working together to solve the problem, always with in mind the scalability of the solution. And there's something really important that comes from both the execution excellence of the work, and we talked a little bit about that, but also the emotional engagement that comes with that. So here's what happens. With our team members in Uganda, in the hospital in Uganda, they lose 3 babies a day. Now that is part of the conversation we are having always to create the urgency of movement towards solutions, because we can see it, because we're living it, because we care, and because now that team is engaged on a mission together. They're doing something together that they can't accomplish individually, and that's really important.
It is really important, and I'm curious, Regina, as you talk about that, talk to us about DARPA, because what DARPA accomplished, I'm going to let you explain it, not me, is extraordinary.
Yeah.
What's going on there, and how do you use what was happening there, sort of the work you're doing now? What can we all take away from it?
Yeah. So DARPA, for those of you who don't know it, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, was formed after the launch of Sputnik in the United States. The nation was in crisis. Oh no, we have a technological threat. We need to do something about it. We need to create an organization, and predominantly of misfits and those who challenge conventional wisdom and can move quickly towards solutions. There's a particular form of work that is practiced at DARPA, so-called use-inspired basic research. So deep research, but in service to a problem or a capability always in mind, project-oriented. Now, that particular form of innovation has given us originally the ARPANET, which became the internet, microelectromechanical systems, those are the small sensors in your smartphone or in your airbag, laser technology, stealth technology, GPS, so on and so forth. The list is very long. What I will often say to an audience is, if you don't know DARPA as an organization, your life absolutely knows DARPA as an organization. So this is a particular practice of generating breakthroughs. It's optimized to create breakthroughs. And so what we did is we took that model, and we are for the first time applying it to global health and doing so at scale. And I think this is the first time that that's been done at this kind of scale, and we're already starting to see the results. So just to give you an example, even in the stillbirth program, two years into that 3-year program, we have line of sight on a maternal blood test that could, with better than 80% accuracy, tell a mother whether she was at risk for fetal growth restriction, preeclampsia, or gestational diabetes as early as 12 weeks in her pregnancy. That's 2 years in. Okay, so that's the kind of result you can expect. Now, if you imagine that Sputnik is what galvanized the nation to create this kind of urgency around innovation, what I want you to take from some of the early stats I gave you is the way I view it is all across the world, every day, there is essentially a cacophony of Sputnik events for people who are facing a new health threat. Mm-hmm. And what we have to do is galvanize around that diffuse, that song, that buzz of Sputnik events, that we have to listen to it and move with the same urgency that the nation moved in the advent of Sputnik. That's my belief.
I want to, Regina, I want to add just one question, because we were talking about it before the panel started, and I was actually shocked by the 25, you want to tell the 25% and women, because I'll get it wrong, and it's quite something.
Yeah. So look, over the last 5 years, I think it's safe to say we have built a breakthrough engine in service to health that is working. If you believe that we do, then you ask yourself the question, what other significant problems do I need to point it at? And right at the top of the list is women's health research. And so the stat that Perry is talking about is women live longer than men a few years. It's not as much as many people make it out to be, but they spend 25% more of their lives in poor health than men. And a lot of the reason for that is that women experience health differently, disproportionately, and uniquely. And we are wildly underinvested in our research in women's health. I mean, I think it won't be lost on this audience that women are not just small men. that is very, I mean, we laugh about it, but that is very much how we've been approaching research for women's health. 80% of autoimmune disease belongs to women. 99% of the studies on aging are done without any model of menopause.
And a lot of these studies are being done on men.
A lot of these studies are being done on men. Until about 2017, women experienced more pain than men on average for a whole variety of reasons. And over 90% of the studies on pain were done on men, even in animal models. So the mice had to be men too.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Regina,
That's
that's not
crazy.
true.
It is. It is true. It is true, right? I mean, if we look at some of the numbers, look, if you are a woman, 2/3 of the Alzheimer's patients in the world are women, even age adjusted. Wow. 1 out of 3 women experience heavy menstrual bleeding. Once a minute, a woman receives a blood transfusion because she is menstruating.
Right.
We don't talk about it. We don't have solutions for it. The average period of time for a woman to be diagnosed and treated for heavy menstrual bleeding is 5 years. It's not okay. In 2020, $470 billion went into philanthropy. 2% of it was devoted to women and girls. 0.3% of it was devoted to women's health, and it was not for research. It was for basic care and support. These numbers are not okay. By the end of this year, Welcome Leap will have devoted $200 million to improving research in women's health.
Okay. Good job.
We're just going to fix it, John.
Yeah.
We're just going to
But
fix it.
speaking of fixing it, John, let's talk about building better systems, because how you built the system to put into place, I'm curious, given the success, can you replicate that? Is it being replicated around the country, and what does that even look like to scale up?
Yeah, I mean, we have role models. I mean, Regina messaged me. She found me on the internet because I was on Simon Sinek's podcast talking about one of my inspirations for what we do at Washington. It was actually how the Allied powers broke the Enigma, the German Enigma. And we didn't really have computers at that point in time. Alan Turing built the first computer-like device which could run permutations and try and code break, right? And the machine, unfortunately, was going to take, I forget what it was, weeks or months to break the code, and the code changed every day, and there was a whole thing about cryptography I'm not going to go into, but they realized that they were not going to be able to crack the code. And what they did is they actually put out in the Allied newspapers, they put a crossword puzzle, or a puzzle-type thing out in all the newspapers, and said, if you can break this code, mail this to Bletchley Park outside of London, where a lot of this research was going on. And so it was a couple of extraordinary humans that no one thought anything of that did something that no one could imagine. And all of a sudden, this woman, Joan Clark, showed up, became the first female cryptographer. And her and that machine were able to use their skills together to do the impossible. That is an inspiration to me, and that is what is running underneath all of Watch Duty in general, is a bunch of humans who can do something extraordinary in the most unordinary type of way.
So I'll pivot with the word extraordinary to bold for a moment. And Peggy, I'm curious, because you've worked across lots of different organizations, Ford Foundation, Aspen, many others. Are we doing enough to reward bold thoughts, bold moves from people within these companies?
I mean, absolutely not, because so many of the problems that we try to tackle and what we're talking about on campus feel insurmountable, and particularly in this moment in time where we're living in this moment of almost tectonic change geopolitically and everything. But I think one of the things I love about being in this panel is these guys start by saying that we're part of this misfit club, and they say Team Misfits or whatever. It's like the misfit planet, in the Disney movies or whatever. And so often the complexities of a problem get in the way of your really peeling away layers and getting close, I really believe in proximity and the sort of vividness of what's possible if you're really, really, really close to a problem. And a lot of the entrepreneurs and bold thinkers that we work with are really not famous at all. They're just living with this problem like John was in Sonoma. And they can be the innovators and the thinkers. And so most of the unsung entrepreneurs and innovators we're working with are not at all famous. And then they go on to one young woman, Emma. She just won the Africa World Food Prize because she had this innovation in soil science based in Uganda. She's an organic farmer. She's a PhD soil scientist, but she's an organic farmer. She pioneered a way of keeping soils more healthy, particularly in the face of climate change and drought resistance. Another young man, Satya, in the way north of India, where the drought that they are experiencing is something we can't even comprehend. I mean, it was 80 the other day here in Aspen. It was like complaining. It's like 120 there. There literally is a crisis, a water crisis that's affecting human health and agriculture on a scale. So he came up with this really brilliant idea of a greenhouse in a box. And the box part is so that it can scale up and go everywhere. He just won the Earthshot Prize. These guys, nobody knew them. And so what I love about this appreciating of it doesn't have to be that Silicon Valley tech. It can be the person that's literally listening to the radio a few acres down from you who's trying to figure out how the fire is moving. So I believe in the power and the vibrancy of lived experience. I believe in the power and the vibrancy of looking to the people that are suffering most from a problem to try to think about where the answers lie.
There's a famous quote, Helen Keller, never doubt that a small group of people can change the world. Indeed, nothing else has. Right? I mean, I do think there's something really interesting about recognition. Part of the reason I reached out to John upon hearing the podcast is I was like, oh, you're part of the tribe, right? And you recognize people who are putting heart and soul into the work and just figuring it out. And they don't do it for awards, they don't do it for recognition, they don't do it for those reasons. They do it for mission, for purpose, service before self. That's what motivates those teams. And it's so inspiring and it is so humbling to be part of that work always. It's one of those gratifying parts of the work itself. It's intense, it's really hard, and it's so deeply rewarding. So deeply rewarding.
Well, I work with, they needed permission to do this, they were kind of doing it on their own, but they didn't put it together, then they realized how powerful they'd be as an organization, as a group of people, and that's what's really amazing about the human spirit condition. Once we start bouncing off of each other, incredible things can happen, but making those connections is so much challenging, and for us, is what connected us together and allowed us to not be in a single space, but deal with single problems.
Yeah, and if you think about this, where big ideas come from, and it's so intriguing to me when I started saying, everyone's like, oh, I use strategy, I use strategy. So all of a sudden, tapping into something that is going to scale almost organically. So how are you going to ask that question? Like, are you going to go on stage? Are you going to?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the first question I get is, why isn't AI taking a job? And the answer is, take it over. I'm running a nonprofit, right? I'm trying to change the world. It doesn't matter how it's done, it needs to get done. So I'm touching the outcome, not the how, right? It's the why. So how do I scale? Well, I'm going to push really damn hard and make sure that this doesn't stop. And my team has this infectious ability to attract lifelines like, and it keeps growing and growing and growing. It snowballs, gets bigger and bigger and bigger. People find purpose bigger than themselves. I have stories of retired firefighters who can't fight fire anymore, had to retire, people who are homeless, ex-dispatchers, CFP folks, people who are in their 70s, 80s who are doing this job and finding new lease on life. That's what the purpose is now, reignited inside themselves. And so I think the human condition and the human spirit scales. Everything else is easy.
You know, very often at DARPA, and even since, the most common question I would get asked is, what does the future look like? What is the world going to look like in 10 years? And I always thought it was an odd question. I would just, even embedded in the work, I would just say, I don't know, right? But I think what's so interesting about that question is the sense that embedded in it is this idea that the future is just some inevitability, and we're somehow passive observers watching it unfold. But I never believe that. I believe we are architects and engineers of the future. The future will be what we build, and we build what we believe in that order. We believe in something, we build it, and that's what the future becomes. And so, like, it's the same theme that John's talking about. You're connected to the outcome, to the future that you believe in, and how we get there, well, that doesn't matter. We figure it out.
I want to, before we go to questions, that's all of you, I want to do one quick lightning round again, which is, what is the wisdom from your individual work that everybody here can go home with something? Yes, it's DARPA, right? These are high levels, firefighting, these are really big, big issues. But what is the takeaway that we can each incorporate into our own lives? And Regina, let me start down at your end.
Well, I would tell you that I think the single most rewarding part of the work I've done over an entire career is when a team accomplishes more than even they thought they could accomplish. We are capable of so much more than we think. And usually, what limits us is that we're afraid of failing. And so what I firmly believe is that if you can get in touch with that sense, that fear of failing, you can use it as a different signal. Here's how that looks. If you're afraid of failing at something, it's a signal that it matters to you. If you're afraid of failing at something that doesn't matter to you, right? And over time, you can build the muscle to walk straight at the things you're most afraid of. And I believe that that is the way you build meaning in your life and purpose. So fear is not a stop sign, it's a compass to meaning in your life.
I love that. I read something where you talked about fear, and I thought, what a great thing to remove fear from the equation. Yeah. Okay, John, here are the Ideas Festival, the one big idea for everybody.
Well, again, I touched on it, so I'm going to leave with an anecdote that really speaks to me how I think. There was a man in the 1950s, Justin Butler. He was a track star runner, and he was the first-hand breaker even to break the 4-minute mile, I believe, 4-minute mile. And so it was impossible. No one could break it. Unbreakable. You get getting closer, couldn't break it. One day, this man breaks that barrier. A month later, someone breaks that. A month later, someone breaks that. Keep breaking it. We're limited by our beliefs. What we believe holds us back. We have to push beyond what we think is possible. That's what I'll leave with.
That's really interesting. Thank you.
The thing that really comes to me and really has guided my whole life is we are one world, and everyone from the most under-resourced community in the West to the poorest village in Sierra Leone wants the same thing. They want their children to thrive. They want opportunities for their children. They want healthy food. They want to be able to support the future generations that come after them. Everyone wants the same thing. And sometimes in the least resourced and most challenging situations, brilliant ideas can come to pass. And we tend to think of the other and particularly Africa and the rest of the world, but so many brilliant ideas there for some of the most urgent, facing climate change, maternal mortality, whatever. And so I think this moment of crisis, I hope that we can return to the base sense of a united humanity, and that's some of the largest problems we're facing. We're all facing. Climate change is in one place, is a climate change everywhere, health issue in one place, is a health issue everywhere, and we're together, and we have to believe we have such shared values and move from that together.
Okay, united humanity. All right, how about some questions from everybody? Yes. Yeah, and there's a microphone. Thank you.
Great. Is my on?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Great discussion. I'm having a hard time applying the pacing to sort of big immovable systems like public schools or food-driven cardiometabolic epidemic, things like that. Can you comment on that? I mean, are there some areas, and say yes, started in 30 days. Are there some areas that are just no-go to innovate in, or?
Oh my gosh, are you asking me to handle that? I mean, this panel doesn't no-go.
Did I talk about public schools?
Okay, I'm not an education expert, right? So I feel a little.
The fire response bureaucracy.
Well, I don't know, that's the problem. Like, if the school system doesn't want to change, why don't I go build some sort of regular thing I can school before the school can have better food and cafeteria? Like, I'm just riffing here. Like, I would just ignore the status quo, right? Ignore the status quo. Like, I did a bunch of full dead, this is busted. I cannot fix this response. I'm going to put him over here and make this look arcane. And that's what I did.
I have created a lot of movement in seemingly immobile systems running really good pilots. Like, let's start, right? There's often this like debate of the strength of opinion in the room is the one that's at the time. We usually push that aside and say, let us agree what data we would need to collect if something is working or not, and let's start. Let's try something. And let me just be clear: the Department of Defense, the United States Department of Defense, is the single largest bureaucracy in the entire world, and DARPA routinely moves that system, right? So it is true. It's partly nonsense. I mean, sometimes people are stopped by the fact that they believe it can be different. Well, what if we believe first that it can be different, and we start? That's how we move immovable systems.
Yeah, the mic. And then over the corner, we'll get a mic over as well. Thank you.
I have a question, which is I view myself as very fast-moving, and I run small organizations and given a couple of organizations. But bureaucracy creeps into small things too, and I'm each time facing big systems, then like 50-person org, getting past the compliance burden and getting community. Is there like advice you give on hiring, culture, breaking down barriers, or I'll take any advice on driving that change forward?
I'm a founder, right? So it's different. Like, I'm inside the beast, and so well, then I'll use my scalpel and remove cancer as fast as possible, right? People like us do things like this, and so I look around the room. That's how we look like your age. Colors like, do we think different? Do we move fast? Are we cut from tin cloth, or are we here to like deal with compliance and worry about what the news is going to think of the thing I'm going to do? Like, again, I got the scalpel and cut down my organizations. So I'm a little cutthroat about this when it comes to doing this type of work. installing it from the outside in as a challenging experience, when I do not want to do, so I don't have anything at big ones, which is much different than the board level. So I'm going to pause there.
I mean, I can offer some tips. Our organization, I mean, we've deployed in 5 years over $500 million, and we'll deploy another $500 million. We have a team of about 30, right? And we are constantly pushing against the things that you described. So I have a particular phrase that we use often in the organization, that is, our first rule is to make as few rules as possible. That's the first rule. Now, that's not to say that we don't have to pass it and those kinds of things. We have to do the responsible thing there, but if we don't have to make a rule, we make it, right? And so, there are those kinds of things that are embedded in the culture of the organization. There's something that we really consider sacrosanct, and that is every problem, whether it be against the mission or an internal problem, every problem goes in the center of the table, and we work on it together. And you'll be surprised what a difference that can make in your culture. Every problem goes in the center of the table. It doesn't get to the compliance officer, to the legal officer, or to someone else who thinks they own or thinks someone has taken a problem on them. The problem in the center of the table, we work on it together, right? And it will make a difference in your organization if you start moving in that direction.
Thank you. I wanted to just add a note to the question about moving education, and then I have a question. So, PACAP conversation, a great example is that about 60 years ago, the Head Start program started in America. So 560 children put into early childhood education programs in a matter of months. I mean, it's an extraordinary lift. That over, just genuinely months they put a program in place nationwide that sits through about 3 million children. So there are examples, and I'd love to talk about. The question that I have, I'm so grateful to be here. I've been awash in a narrative and a cycle of saying that we're in a position of stagnation. I read an interview this morning with Peter Thiel about how we are stagnant, and that sort of stagnation is like what's harnessed the society, and everything that I heard from you is a vibrant contrast to that. And so when I listen to our ideas and our beliefs about the future, and I think of a couple of pretty big personalities whose ideas are shaping our shared future now, I want to thank you for your contribution to that, and also ask you how you experience that narrative and how you see that we could bounce it, bring some of this light.
Thank you. I'll tell you, you want to start here?
I'm not sure exactly which narrative you're referring to, but I think because there's a lot of diversity in narrative ideas by design, I think I'll just stick to, I think the doom narrative is what is this big cloud that most of us are facing on a daily basis we're facing. And I mean, you've got to just look for the misfits. Look for the misfits. Take one step and then take the next step. And I just spent the weekend with some of our healthy community fellows who are indeed dealing with racism in their communities and with mental health and whatever. And they give me hope. They're just starting to say, I'm going to make a difference in this place, in this community. So we talk a lot about need for trust right now. What we need to figure out is not just you guys, like many of those sitting right next to you are could build community with you. So community is people who are working on shared interests. So I feel hope and inspiration in the movers and takers and the doers, and that's what we have to believe in.
Anything else, Mr.
I'll just say that we formed Welcome Leap to create more breakthroughs and do so faster. But we formed it for another reason, and that is to create a sense of hope. And it's my sense that we have an entire generation, maybe multiple generations, who are disillusioned with institutions. They told them, the old ways, okay, we should be satisfied with the status quo. And I believe, we need a place to put their faith. It's partly our job, it's part of our mission to reward that faith, not with promises, but with actual progress. And so it's that sense of doing, right? That's what inspires me in that overall narrative.
Yeah. John?
We status quo, I just started doing more. It's not the right way to think. Sometimes it's right, often it's wrong. It's a narrative that repeats ourselves. We can't break that from them out. We just think it's not possible. I don't want to hear that. It's just not interesting. So we don't spend time believing what is not possible. Think about what is possible. So we focus on the negative starts to get right down to reach this hour. So that's me out there.
Henrik, how would you like? Come right over here.
I'm curious with these positive comments about how many people are working, curious about how politics are paid into your workforce volunteers. Just John, we mentioned 2023, you're dependent on volunteers. Do your volunteers know if the other Democrats or Republicans doesn't matter? Because it seems like there are some heroes who are doing incredible work and just kind of move out the world, our country, franchise that maybe it's what you all do. What are volunteers you work with?
It is. So we started volunteers. Now we have a team of those radio operators. Are very stuff. So they're left. No, not yes. So 13 of those are more on engineering side. But I got the point. They're left and center. They're old, young. They believe this federally, this locally, they vote all different ways. But none of them are thinking about it. We're talking about it in a group because we have pulled fires down to potholes. No one wants potholes. I don't care what you believe. No one's got a pothole. So we treat these problems like they are. Bob Mesoteric needs who gives a crap. Who's whatever. These people care about less fire, more rain for their crops and And so people are really focused on first principle problems. More noise than nuts. Because zero political in the 2 year, 4 year we've been doing this. We're just an able organization. And frankly, no one is not because fires are coming from who's in power. And so we all innately understand that these people need service. And so we've had that problem as the RG at the very beginning.
There's long history in this respect, right? When nations are deeply divided, you can look back in history and see how we healed back. One of the examples in post-apartheid South Africa, that's a good one, right? And Mandela and de Klerk, they sat together and they boiled down problems to their essence. They did 2 things. They decided that they would work on the problems that everyone shared, and they would have a wide circle of grace and generosity in inviting people into the circle, regardless of ideology, if they were focused on solutions to the problem, right? And that's how they reunited the country. And there's something really fundamental about that, and something we can all practice, too. How do we find out how we boil down to the problems, and we all understand how we work on them together to get to solutions, regardless of ideology. Big circle of grace and generosity in doing so.
Grace is a good word.
Such a word.
Okay, time for one more. Right there.
So often I find that the system kind of grinds out the innovation and the risk-taking, which is awful because our role to take on the risks for the people that we're helping. I think that when we look at the private sector, the VC environment kind of allows for a lot more forgiveness and innovation, but we don't have that in sort of do-gooder sector because it is so risk-averse. It's constantly looking at, legal implications 10 years on the line if you redo a house, for example, cleaning Los Angeles. So this discussion almost needs to happen with the system and sort of the VC of our worlds because it is not happening. I agree with you that there's so much innovation. We want to encourage, sort of jump in, fix it, think incrementally, and just, keep your head down, shut up, and just get the work done, and you'll start opening doors and
I'm going to jump in because we've got 16 seconds.
So how do we do that?
The version is the question. I think that, somebody want to take that?
Well, look, John and I talk about a new form of philanthropy. We both feel like we're Asian. It's just move fast into things, right? We just have to do more of it. We've got to do more of it.
All right, on that note, Regina Dugan, John Mills, Peggy Clark, thank you all for your bold ideas. So appreciate it. Thank you to everyone for being here, and thank you to the Aspen Institute for allowing these conversations to happen. So go bold. It's good, everybody. Good job.
Okay, hello everybody. It's nice to see you on such a lovely day here in Aspen. We have a terrific panel for you on wood running game in sports today with Christine Brennan, my friend, who is a USA Today columnist and the author of this new book right here, which I've just started reading, Caitlin Clark. It's available in the bookstore, so please grab a copy. She's more newsworthy today than ever. We'll get that in a minute. We're with Carol Stiff, who's a former colleague of mine at ESPN and now has created the Women's Sports Network, and Carolyn Tish, who I've known for a while as well. Right? That's right. Carolyn does many things. There you go.
We're in a crowd here.
Friends and family crowd, right?
Yeah,
definitely. Carolyn is advisor for the New York Giants, the owner of FC Gotham, which is the best, one of the best teams in women. In women's soccer, and she's also in a better number of companies, and we're going to cover all the leadership that these three people have provided in the space in a variety of ways. But let me first start with an expression of gratitude. To date, women, sports has been largely run by men, but I can tell you that my career has been enabled and empowered by women. Not just my mother encouraging me to be everything I could be when I was younger, but it was my wife and I spoke back here in 2009 when I wrote a book and encouraged me to create the found the Sports and Society program. Christine, going back when I was 17 years old, as a reporter in the Miami Herald newsroom, I was a little part-time guy, just glad to be there, and she was at the University of Miami, and I remember one time I called in so nervous to report my game scores, and I couldn't get my words right, just nice and calm, and like, you got this, it's okay, calm, we'll help you through it. It's really incredible. Some of the women involved with the Institute have been very supportive of this part of the Sports Society program. Letish, who's with us. Carolyn was actually one of our very first advisors in the early days of Sports Society. You were right at Harvard, I think, at that time. We had good conversations. Kirk supports some of our work as well. And it's important work. We had a project initiative called Project Play, which is all building healthy kids and communities through sports. We've got a really ambitious initiative called 63 by 30, getting 63% of youth playing sports in this country by the year 2030. That stuff doesn't happen unless people believe in you and guide you. And so I'm just extremely grateful for all the women in my life who showed faith and helped me along. So I just want to recognize as we get started here. But actually, to kind of go, there's a lot right now, but I'd actually like to spin out 25 years from now, because women's sports is in a moment of transition. But I would like to get a sense from each of you about what the end game is. Where will women's sport be 25 years from now? What role will they play, you hope, in the ecosystem? What contribution will they make to society? And how might they differ, if at all, from the way men's sports is delivered? Christine?
Hi, Tom, and good to see everybody. So that would be the 78th birthday of Title IX, which turned 53 the other day, and obviously is the reason we're here, and in many ways, and the reason that the nation is having fallen in love with what we created. The girl you see in the kitchen every morning, the girl you wave at on the driveway, is she's on her lacrosse bag or volleyball gear or softball gear to another practice. Your granddaughter, your niece, what have you. She is competitive. She is playing sports the way that her mother never had the opportunity. It's not just a law, which is significant enough, although it's been ignored for many years by a lot of us schools. But little detail. But it's also a mindset. We want our daughters to play sports. I'll go back to answer your question. 50 years ago, 53 years ago, when Richard Nixon developed Title IX in June 2013-72, opening the floodgates for girls to play sports. If a girl on a sports field, double takes, triple takes, and after that she was there, it was time to come home for dinner. Now think about it, when you're in your neighborhood, you see a whole rugby team out there of young women and girls, high school girls, field hockey, college practicing, all women. Do you think the same time? Of course not, right? So that's where we come from. Will equal pay 50 years from now in the NBA? Probably not, but it will be so much better. But the issue with NIL in college is it's going to be 95% men right now. It's stunning. There'll be a lot of lawsuits. The idea of, it's like pay men 95% of the money. Is that okay? Or public funded institutions? How will that play out? Will it all just implode and crash and burn and start over with all the transfer and all that stuff? I don't know. That's a tough one. But I think what we've seen over the last 50 years, Tom, we will see again in that same incremental change. And it is slow, but then 100 years of Title IX, what it will eventually be, will be extraordinary. But it may not be equal prize money. It may not be equal attendance. Caitlin Clark is giving up the NBA. She's injured again, unfortunately, this morning with high news. She's devastating news with the NBA, and for her, of course, too, but financially for the NBA. But there will be more. The girls from the parking lot and making it, and that's the value. So I think it's the mindset that will carry us through here. Parents, near your heart, family parents, youth sports, they demand their daughters to having these opportunities. They'll fight those battles. Move that up another 25 years. I'm very bullish, even though there are very significant issues as well. But I think it'll be a lot better. The measurements we normally use, equal pay, equal attendance, equal TV ratings, I'm not sure we'll get there, but the participation is victory. And I think we'll have victory on that even now, and then move ahead for these greater battles.
Sure. 25 years ago, 25 years out, I can't wait. I really can't wait more. I really honestly did not want to be part of launching an all-women's sports network 24/7. Honest. I was at ESPN for 30 years. Thought every day, why not? Why not? Why can't we be on this night? Why am I always on Sunday afternoon up against the NFL and Tiger Woods and NBA? And I will often say, if you build it, they will come. And we're building it. We're building it. And the more women that participate in sports and have the opportunity to play become our CEOs. And that's what we're seeing now. I was in a meeting one time at ESPN, and an advertiser came to New York City, and they were our sales group. I was in Connecticut, threw out a deal for the NBA. And the advertiser was a female. She was an Olympic rower. So she, at the table, she's going through this, 36-page deck with the WNBA on page 37, 38. So she went through the first few pages, and ESPN, I'm sure, sales was getting the best, because they really wanted this. It was a huge advertiser. And she shut down the deck. She goes, where's the WNBA? It's coming. Well, no, it's their 20th anniversary, and I'm looking, and there's not even 25 games in the regular season. Oh, well, contractually, we only have to do 19. So a phone call comes up to my office, Carol, can you find room for 6 more games? And I'm like, done. We can do that tomorrow. We do it right now. I got you, no problem. So until we start seeing women owners, women CEOs, 94% of women that play sports are CEOs in the C-suites, making decisions for women's sports, we'll see a change. I do agree. I think participation rates are off the charts right now at the high school age. I agree. I don't think we'll see equality between the WNBA and the NBA salaries, but my goodness, we get some better refereeing. I just don't understand. I have a solution. Always come to the table with a solution. So hopefully they'll listen to it. We'll talk more about it. You.
So I've done a lot of panels about women in sports. 25 years from now, I hope those panels go away.
Yeah.
And we're just talking about sports. And by the way, there happen to be female owners on the stage. And by the way, we happen to be talking about female sports teams because what we're doing is sports, and we've had to kind of add that description in it for so long. And don't get me wrong, I'm so happy that the Jude is talking about women's sports, which should have a seat at the table. 25 years from now, I hope that we don't have to be talking about it in sports anymore. We have the best athletes in the world. We have the best product on the field. And now it's time, I think, for the rest of the commercial side, as you mentioned, to catch up to that, so that we're just talking about it for the great product that is. One of the things we talk about often, FC, the women's soccer team that we own, is when you look at, any of you you're probably all fans of certain teams, and if you named what the best global brands are out there in sports, you might talk about, we were talking about the Cowboys before, you might talk about the Cowboys, you might talk about the Giants, you might talk about the New York Yankees, you might talk about the Chicago Bulls. There's no women's team on that list. And 25 years from now, we feel very confident there will be at least one women's team on that list. We hope to be the first, but hopefully there will be many women's teams on that list.
So what will be the triggers that make that happen? What developments need to be put in place to create that environment?
So for a long time, women's sports, to the extent we're talking about women's sports, it really was kind of a charity. It was the sort of, I feel I have a daughter, so I'm going to also invest in the women's game. In a lot of European countries where the men's and women's teams have shared resources, they quite literally were free. Like, you went to go buy a men's team. It was like, surprise, cherry on top, you also get a women's team. That's not the model here. That's not the model in the US. That's not the model in the end result, the league that we're investors in. Now you see people showing up because, not just because it makes them feel good, but because there's a real business case for it. And the real, I think, driver of what will make this sustainable is that we see it with brands that are investing in sponsorship and want to be part of Gotham. They might have maybe showed up because they thought it was a good thing for their brand, but they're staying because there's a real ROI associated with it. One of the first sponsors of Gotham was a company called CarMax, and they took it out early. No one knew who Gotham was. We didn't have a full stadium, but they kind of saw around the corner and saw what was coming. We just, fast forward to now, just renewed our partnership with them, and they were very clear. This wasn't a charity. They had for anyone that comes from marketing, something called a marketing media mix model. So not to get technical, but basically throw all the different types of marketing that you do and look at the model and see which ones are driving the biggest impact on your sales. And for CarMax, that was Gotham. And that was the brand women's sports. So they're not pulling from a charity bucket. They're not pulling from the philanthropy bucket. They are pulling from the marketing bucket. They are pulling dollars away from men's teams that they used to be invested in and are still invested in. And they are putting it towards the women's game, not because it feels good and because it helps them see tonight, but because there's a real business case for it.
Is the audience different? I'm curious, Carol, is the audience different? And is it a matter of developing that audience, or is it competing with the folks who are watching men's sports?
It's still primarily more male, but in some cases, women's demographics are higher. It does quite well with the WNBA, and the USL does well, but it's still primarily male-driven, but catching up. But getting to your point, isn't it exciting to see ads on TV with Sue Bird? Yeah. Hall of Famer. I mean, crazy. It took this long to get female role models in front of the TV set. But yeah, I think the attendance in the arena is different than what you see on television. Obviously, it's younger, it's family, it's affordable. It's just different. I don't know.
Yeah, our fan base is pretty different. I think it's one of the reasons brands are so attracted to working with us is while our fans do also watch the NFL, they watch the NBA, they look very different. If you walk into a Gotham game, the fan experience is completely different than going to an NFL game or an NBA game. Our fans are more female, they are younger, they're more diverse, they're more inclusive, they care about different things. So it's if you have your brand hat on and you want to know where can I go find that audience, this is where you can go find it.
Let me just add one more thing about it. I'll let you go, Chris. In college athletics, I'll use basketball as an example, the women stay in college for 4 years. And so you can follow the trajectory. You can follow their journey. I live in Connecticut, very close to UConn national champion, and I look at that crowd, it's quite older. And they're like, oh, that's my granddaughter out there. I mean, they just bond, and they want to know everything about players, and that helps build and grow into the WNBA. But I think that, once again, it's affordable.
Yep.
And you're seeing families and sometimes an older demographic.
So what about Caitlin Clark? Okay, what we've learned from the Caitlin Clark phenomenon. She is, the word you used is the same word I use, which is magical. She's not good, she's not great, she's magical, meaning she captures the imagination. Whether it be the ability to shoot logo threes, or there's something compelling about her that has unlocked the fascination of the public that we have not seen really with any female athlete to date. What is the Caitlin Clark formula? How do you look at that phenomenon?
Well, I have spent a little time on this, writing a book, and I didn't know Caitlin Clark. I never covered an Iowa game. I had no connection to Caitlin Clark. But as a sports columnist for all these years, I was just a couple years older than the 17-year-old high school boy, by the way. I was just starting my career. But watching all this develop, as we have, since the 80s, and Carol, of course, you've been there fighting those battles in the trenches. I've been the journalist, like you, Tom, recording it, writing it, talking about it, opining on it, the subject. And I'm watching people stand in the cold in the Big Ten in January as this barnstorming athlete is going from Columbus, Ohio to College Park, Maryland, and these huge arenas, 18,000, 19,000. And you've got people, hundreds of them, lined up in the cold in January, February for hours. This isn't in Iowa. We know this is going on in Iowa, right? This is happening around in D.C., and it happened to be my nieces, and are standing in line for the rest of us, 10 of us going to that Iowa-Maryland game in February of 2024. And to see that, and to see all the adoration, and then, of course, the TV ratings for the women's final compared to the men in 2024. The men had played the next night after Iowa and South Carolina, and the women had 4 million more viewers than the men. I'm going to say that sentence again, because I never thought I would live to see the day. 4 million more people watched the women than the men. Part of it, yeah. And ABC. Yeah, well, exactly. But it was afternoon. The men had prime time.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say something.
Right, and also, to be honest, of course, women should have prime time, and this woman has fought so hard for those and fought those battles. But We're talking about a female athlete here. I never, ever thought I'd be the day. Now, I realize we can discuss it, and I've got on the book the racial aspect here. It's, of course, the WNBA, 74% black league. I go into this in depth, and you've got a white woman coming in, and the WNBA failed miserably, the leadership, to prepare everyone for the moment. Not because they're damsels in distress. They are not. They're tough, strong athletes. But this was tough, and it's not my voice. It's Dr. Harry Edwards, and it's Brianna Scurry, goalkeeper from the 1999 team, the most first great famous black player on the most beloved women's team on earth, the U.S. women's national soccer team. So all these issues go into this. It makes people then struggle with like loving Caitlin Clark or whatever. Folks, it's Caitlin Clark. It's Caitlin Clark. Angel Reese is great. Angel Reese cannot sell out her arena in Chicago without Caitlin Clark. These are facts, and sometimes they upset people, and people get mad at me. That's fine. Facts are an interesting thing. They're facts. And so why? And I address this to your point. Why is it that the Indiana Fever average home attendance last year of Caitlin Clark was higher than the average home attendance of 5 NBA teams? Again, words we could never even imagine uttering. Because she's a basketball player, but she's really an entertainer. Why did grandmothers who couldn't tell the difference between a bogey and a birdie plan their Sunday afternoons in April for years around Tiger Woods' final round tee time? He's an entertainer. And this is the rarest of the rare things. Paige Beckers is great. She's not Caitlin Clark and not close. I wish she were. I wish that all of these incredible players, especially black women, who I've written about and talked about since the 90s. I've covered the WNBA the whole time, the Atlanta Olympics onwards. It never happened for them, and that is absolutely a shame in the male-dominated mainstream sports world that ignored these women for a generation. It's happening now. And the spotlight on Caitlin Clark then shines on all these players who never have gotten attention they deserve. That's my view of it. Obviously, there are other views, although, again, you cannot argue money and numbers. And so it is the magic of this woman chucking it, as I said, from the parking lot, and it goes in, or the incredible passes that she's passing, I hate to say this, passing it like a man, right? And who does that attract? Women, of course, and as you said, women we want women, all women who play sports to be then watching and buying tickets and going to games, and they are. But the guys who always, I did these sports talk shows, Tom, you know I did, and they would just rip me to shreds for talking about how great women's basketball was, because I covered a lot of women's Final Fours. They'd laugh. These are the guys now wearing 22 jerseys out at the supermarket. That's where we are, and again, I'm not minimizing the racial issue, not at all. It's all over the book. But you cannot argue with this, and for her to be out now, the attendance is going to plummet. Viewership, the last time she was out, which was 5 games a couple weeks ago, and these injuries, this is really, really concerning now. Obviously for her, first of all, but for the league, the last time she was out, more than half of the WNBA TV audience just disappeared. So you know in the league office right now, they are beyond apoplectic. They won't say it, but they are. And I hope that helps explain a little of the why. This kid also, 4 years, you got to know her. Again, white woman, absolutely. It would be ridiculous to not deal with that. Her teammates, social media, people love them. And then, of course, improbably taking her team to 2 final games, 2 national championships, when they had no business. That Iowa team had no business being in the finals against South Carolina or UConn or whatever. So LSU, of course. So anyway, bottom line, there's a few thoughts for you, whether you may agree or disagree.
Well, we'll come back to the treatment of Caitlin Clark in a minute. But Caroline, from the outside in, as someone who has a soccer franchise and is at the center of building up the NWSL, how do you assess the Caitlin Clark phenomenon? What lessons do you take away that might be applied in the growth soccer, women's soccer?
So when I was at Peloton, we started marketing at Peloton many years ago, and not so many years ago, a few years ago. What we saw really clear was that the love for the Peloton brand really was directly love for the Peloton instructors. And you would come to an audience like this, and people would say, oh, I love my Peloton buddy. And then the next sentence was, because, or not even because, and I love Robin or Allie or like instructor. And so we saw this insight really early on, which was kind of pre. I mean, there was social media, but it wasn't like the social media, as dominating as it was today, that we are in a star-driven era. And fast forward to, and so to build a brand, you have kind of global brand, you have to build the brand of the stars that are a part of that. And so fast forward to now, besides for Caitlin Clark, across all of sports, it is an athlete-driven era. Think about the love where Patrick Mahomes is across the country, and now 50 years ago, did you think Kansas City Chiefs were going to have fans across the country? No, but a player like Patrick Mahomes can do that. Caitlin Clark is very much living that. She happens to be a female athlete doing that. But so when we think about from an NFL perspective, from the Gotham perspective, we need to build up the stars on our team, tell their story, build that fandom around them, so that we can have, they might not be Caitlin Clark, but we can create our own versions of them. And we see that. Just one last on that is, we have a team named Rose Lavelle. She's from Cincinnati, Ohio. Anytime Gotham plays anywhere remotely near Cincinnati, Ohio, we have an entire section of people in Gotham jerseys screaming their head off because they're so proud of the star of Rose, from Cincinnati. So we definitely see that again. It might not get the headlines that Caitlin's getting, but we very much see that every day.
What's fascinating to me about Caitlin Clark is she has built up this persona and people are attracted to her, but she is not in the business of saying outlandish things, doing things that are ridiculous. She's not saying, look at me. In fact, she's handled very difficult situations with an enormous amount of class. So I wonder if part of the attraction with her is she represents something, whether it be sportsmanship or grace, that is marketable in and of itself. And is that a piece of the puzzle as we start to think about women's sports?
Well, yes. I think people are, well, we're not getting into politics, but in this world of ours, the notion that someone can be kind and sign autographs and bounce back, and you have someone shove, like the Ken Carter hit last year, I deal with that in the book. And by the way, it's unauthorized. Obviously, I'm a journalist. I would not work with Caitlin Clark, so she did answer about 40 to 50 questions. So, she's throughout the book, but it is no holds barred book for sure on everything. And Kennedy Carter, blindsides her, the hip check, and within 2 minutes, and I don't think anyone realized this until I went and watched the game 7,000 times as I watched all these games for this book, and double-checking every fact. Within 2 minutes, she's doing an ESPN interview, Caitlin Clark is. Now, this is a moment where Caitlin, I mean, you've all seen that Kennedy card, and I'm so sorry, it's racial. You know, I hate that. I'm just talking about athletes doing things. Well, at the same time, you have Angel Reese, and Angel and Caitlin have great respect for one another. They really do. And they play a lot of Olympic teams together, and it's going to be okay. It's fine. But Angel, I won't say leaps for joy, but comes to her feet very quickly applauding Caitlin Clark now on the court. Just a total shot by her teammate. You know, it's unfortunate, and I don't have, it's Tanika Ketching saying that in the book. Billie Jean King talks in the book about this. Anyway, all this is going on. Caitlin Clark shoots a free throw. It ends up, by the way, winning the game because it's a 1-point game. But they don't throw her out. And now she's going to this interview on ESPN Live. So for anyone who thinks, I'm not saying anyone here does, but there are people that are always programmed, and her PR people tell her what to say. She could have unloaded on anyone at that moment. We've seen many, many athletes do it. Yeah. So it wasn't a basketball play. We're going to move on. We've got to get everything. Immediately pivots. I say, she's 22 going on 40 or 50. What an incredible gift for the WNBA, because she could have started something right there and would have had every right to do it. And I think most male athletes probably, might have. I've got more men's sports than women's sports in my career by far. And no. So I think that appeals to people. The fact that she didn't transfer. I think there's old school thought. This is your area of expertise from the college game. That all this moving around, while it's fine, and we're glad that athletes have rights. Who's on her team? Well, you said it, 4 years. So the TV ratings are there because the interest that Iowa team, so there's that too. But she's also funny. And the Instagram posts, I think people, again, I said this earlier, can feel like they're in the practice with her. She's hilarious. Aaliyah Boston loves her. Erica Wheeler. Great woman who, of course, you saw her caring for her the other day. Black woman loses her starting job to Caitlin Clark and becomes Caitlin's best friend and benefactor the entire season. That's a thread throughout the book. It is absolutely marvelous. It gives me chills. So people really love her, as you said. Hopefully those are some of the reasons why.
I had I was on a panel discussion with Ann Clark, Caitlin's mom, and that question came up. Where did she get this coolness in her? Who media trained her? Your mom said she had 0 media training. 0. It's amazing how she keeps it cool.
Yeah. So what works from a business point of view, right? So these moments we've had with Caitlin Clark where something, unsportsmanlike will happen, it'll be a tense moment. And one point of view is, well, that women can compete just like men can. It's really different than men's sports. And others, Chris Everett has expressed this point of view, it should be different. Where's the sportsmanship? But from a business point of view, what sells? I mean, you have a product you're trying to sell. What draws more eyeballs to what you're selling? Is it those flares, or is it something larger?
It's amazing. There was a fight a few years ago with the WNBA. It was abroad in Detroit, and I remember being on my sofa, and my feet came off. I go, oh no. And it led SportsCenter. And it's controversy, and it's women fighting. Yeah. Oh gosh, women don't fight. Unfortunately, it's still sensationalism that drives the news. I mean, look at our news now. I mean, it's all negative, or a fire here, or killing or death. It's never about Gotham City wins it all.
Well, so I have a different perspective. I actually think it's great for the game. I think, back to your first, not the hitting to be clear, but that people are, that we should, back to your first question of what it looked like 25 years ago and 25 years from now, and the hope is that we're talking about women's sports like we're talking about men's sports. That is part of the game. And when players, when there's a brawl in the field, we don't want kids' gloves when it happens on our team. When we had an issue recently with people with some bad refereeing, and our fans are booing after the refs are coming off the field. I was actually watching the field, everyone's doing, and I thought they were booing me. And that's great. We love that. I mean, we hope they're actually better, but we want the fandom. There's a lot of things in sports that do look different. That the experience is different. The way people connect with players is different. But this is sports, and these are the best athletes in the world competing. And sometimes that gets ugly, and we want for women's sports to be treated the same way as men's sports does. We have to embrace that in for sports.
I want to ask you about equity as a frame or a strategy for growth going forward. I mean, the construct of Title IX, which is a federal law that applies to educational institutions, is the essence of it is what the men have, the women should get as well. They never have, but that's the general argument, and that has created real opportunities, right? But now we see the growth of entities like Athletes Unlimited, very much drawn up by women, including Cassidy, who I play volleyball with in San Clemente. New competition structures, a way of approaching the game that is not the mirror image of how men's sports has been created. How much, looking forward here, how much of the future growth of women's sports will be fostered by an equity argument versus, or in addition to, women fully defining the shape of what women's sports is?
Well, I think one thing I'm not sure if this is going to answer it completely, but his 10-year-old girl, she'll be 50 someday, and I'll be dead, but that's all right. I'll let you know how it goes. But they're going to run. The women are going to run the country. We thought it was maybe going to be like 2016, but no. But they are. All of these women are North president in the 30s and 40s, onward, and they're going to win. Of course, they're going to win. This has to happen, and they'll be. You mentioned all the women in the CC, the 94%. Every the common denominator for all these women that are leading the country, leading the Fortune 500 companies, leading college universities, will be that they played sports for Title IX, right? They're not necessarily Olympic gold medalists, but they played maybe till 8th grade, and then they moved on to some speech and debate class, whatever they did. But national, but nonetheless, we're creating millions and millions and millions of these girls and women every year. We're just pumping them out. Right? The 10-year-old will be 12 years, she'll be graduating, she'll get her master's and MBA or whatever, and on she goes, right? This is what we are creating. So they're going to demand, they're going to want stuff. To be very blunt and not using the lingo of a business, they're going to want stuff, and they're going to want to be involved with women's sports. And so we haven't even begun to picture yet. I'm not even in Beats on answer, but the big view, as far as 25 years from now, 50 years. Oh my gosh! You're not going to stop these women from investing, from wanting their daughters to be sports. This is now we've got the problem with guys, right? The guys are playing video games, sitting there and not doing this, not physically fit, and the girls are out playing sport. And by the way, I'm not a Pollyanna. We need to do a much better job teaching girls and women in underserved areas. With Title IX, we are still failing with many you want to color. We've nailed the suburbs, right? We've got the suburbs that we can pay for travel. We don't yet have the rural underserved or the urban underserved. We're really missing there. We got to figure that out too, because they have the power marketing CEOs as well. But anyway, then I think they will have to demand it, but even more than demanding it, they'll be running it, so they'll be able to do it.
When women are running sports or have more than running sports, will sports itself change? Do women bring something unique to the ownership conversation that is not there in everybody's different, of course, but or is a female owner the same thing as a male owner? They just happen to be. Yeah.
I'm looking at male owners, exactly. But I agree with you. So I think for a long time, the legacy male leagues thought about when they said, "Oh, we want to attract an audience," they had this sort of pink it philosophy, which meant basically like we just take what we did for the men and make it a little more pink and it will work for women. And I think you see the men legacy male leagues realizing that doesn't really work. And so you do need to attract a female audience differently than you need to attract an audience. And if we're going to build a female audience strategy for places like the NFL or the NBA, we probably should have a female in the room, not as the only voice in the room, but a voice in the room. And so what we see, and going back to your question, we see at the yourself, is a real opportunity to take the best of what works in the men's leagues, but also to create something different. If I think about from a league perspective, I'm the chair of the executive league. One of the things we've done recently is covered the college draft, which in football totally ends is kind of what we do. In the US and men's leagues, college draft is one of the key markers of the league, and that felt crazy to a lot of people. It was the right thing to do our league at the time. So we were able to thinking about from a perspective, the same experience. You go to an NFL game, if you got rid of the tailgate and instead of like a live band, a face painter, and a little pitch where kids can like kick a soccer ball or throw a football into it, you'd say you're ruining America's religion. But for them, people love it. We used to have 9 minutes soccer. We now have 2 hours of party before every game if it works for our league team. And so at the women with women in charge, at the league, we can take what works in the men's league and we have to create something that works for a women's league.
Are you finding, you're advising the Giants as well? Are you finding that men in NFL circles are appreciating the point of view that you and Charles Jones and others are bringing to the table?
I think what's interesting for us, really being co-owners and like against Giants and owners of Gotham, is we can actually think about kind of using Gotham as a testing ground for the NFL in a way that again using tailgating people, that would be so high risk. You have fan experience in the NFL, you just you change one, you use a post touchdown football celebration and everyone panics as your room, it's your team, you're in the league. We can do a lot of things. We can test things in there. So I had marketing at Giants, the game recently saw our fan experience, and actually thought about what can we bring from there to the team. So there is this sort of and owners by the way in itself and owning other men's leagues. So I think we're all kind of seeing that there can be complementary ways that each team can learn from each other.
Yeah, recently with the media, it's shifting rapidly. Streaming,
Yes, yeah.
social media,
I love that
artificial intelligence.
yeah.
I mean, this is an environment where problem solvers, creative people, entrepreneurs, looking at new ways are really going to be the stars of the future. This new media environment, what kind of opportunities does it create for women's sports?
Well, it helps develop women's sports network. With 24/7 streaming network, get on here right now, Ron Kennedy, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it's going to be panels streaming in the fall. So we launched a network, and I really want to key in on what we do. So I'm on that 9, and what I've noticed in women's sports is we don't storytell. We always tell 4 years of the we all know gymnastics, there's skating, and all that. Sports. There's so many little stories in women's sports that aren't being told. Why? So Women's Sports Network, I will give here. I'll let you see that. We're 24/7, free to find, for free. No subscription needed. Now, rights are concerned. We don't run NBA games. We don't have rights in the USL. We're on major networks. That's not our model. Our model is to enhance what they're doing. So we storytell through our studio in LA. We can do some specific programming in an NWSL game. We can do highlights. We can do like a sports center of only women's sports. We have a show called The World According to, and then The World According to Steve Erickson. Steve Erickson. Join me. I had no idea Steve Erickson was on with my coach. She's a surfer. Okay. So we own the library to work. So we sat her down. She's world champion. She's like Golden Girl, right? So I didn't know. I said, hey, tell me which way, how do you ride a curl? And we went to the library, piecemealed it to my mouth, and ran 6 series. We can do it in the cell. So we did that with all of her. And I didn't know she started to cry. And I'm like, oh, what do we ask her? What's wrong? She goes, no, I'm crying because you're telling my mother things I did with my life. And so we did. So getting Caitlin Clark's, her story came along at a beautiful time because of what she did. Her house in CBS is money. Big testing and everything. So what we can do is enhance the surround sound of professional athletes and even others. For lunch. At the end of we're talking already. We love members. We're speaking of off-season. We sort of keep this alive and go into the season. We can rerun what we did. Come for reruns. When sport, we won. And just always, we had a league involved. We had sailing. We had PWHL, obviously. So we have everything. A mix of great hobbies for women's sports.
We have pretty golden decade before. We have club men's this year. Last year Olympics. We've had other events coming through the 24 Olympics as well. Many of these events are missing. Is there an opportunity in there for women? So what is?
We very much believe there is. We see about the World Cup, as much at Gotham as probably with Giants. We see this moment where there are millions of dollars globally descending on new growth and and back where we started, the opportunity to bring this is the moment that we'll bring. So things we thought of it, we start scaling, including building our stadium. So it seems like we take more. Conventional didn't say, don't play your game, don't play everyone is doing. We said, what if you do play your game? And we to be where we mainstream that. What we're going to do is figure we can soccer globally in New York, bring up the end. We're going to have a game on Friday night, Sunday afternoon, whatever it's time, we're going to do it. We have to capitalize. We know they have to have that product. That's not their world play and stuff. Many of them play on us. So we're going to take these little soccer and show them what to do. And my kids are going to be
Hi, I'm Russell. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Everything that you do for sports. My question is really the best way to convert fans in sports. Always like audience all the way. Most of the college. How do you bring those fans to children professionals like a single star? My kids are going to the best.
Cooking. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's affordable. Right? It's entertaining. But like the colleges, it's sort of because my colleges, like all of these bigger TV viewerships, bigger companies. Big investments. Because BA, McCart, as I was NBA, and of course higher than all of it. Why do alums, right? You're small. Also, I'm ones across the way across. And now, like, the last vaccine games and make it right? So, what I would do is bring in some chances. Absolutely. If you have a point about votes, do it at college level. So, as I did this with the neighbor, kids back to Iowa. Anyway, but without every single one of these, it was costly. The moves volleyball, the volleyball, I would have been good from Wisconsin to Nebraska to Wisconsin. Go where the people are. Go to the start. You got to take training, whether it's the NRC or then now you build it and then maybe you move around. College ends up with that.
One thing about the model, the modern men's sports, like sports, you're trying to we participate in girls sports, ways to start the people. So separate yourself as well as the world things we're for. You try to go to the girls and they don't often have the team or fan. So we actually then go to Zell and say we want every youth, every soccer team in the New York area has to come to Boston and those terms have fans. So there's a way to start grassroots level and professional level.
You just have to do. So that you play a particular sport 6.4 times more likely to become fans of that sport. You know that because actually numbers. Question there.
Right, so probably.
The hockey teams are in, how you see growing really in the top 10 years.
So the teams will be Denver and Boston will play next year, and there are already amazing CDF teams that have such a program. Denver, I think, had 10 seasons together within 24 hours of life. Talk about our come out announce coach, and announcing player, and people that are really season Denver, they're buying it. So we're seeing any city we go into, we're seeing incredible pent-up demand. So I don't know about how many teams will get, but we are very much in the right way to see locally.
Hi, Paige Byrne, and this is so exciting. Every day I open the newspaper just learning about another fund for sports thesis. Have we seen data yet if they are in the women's sports? And how great is it that season 4 of us will be on a women's team? Yeah.
I think because, We're not seeing investors come to the table as quickly as I thought it would have been this year. Last year, advertisers, the last year we already spent our budget before women's sports were like, aha, they're gone. So I thought this year they're gone. The answers are coming. They're coming to the top tier. So we're going to ESPN one time by, CBS, we're going to NBC, we're going to ION now. And that's what we're seeing. And we haven't really marketed ourselves, we really should be. And I'm hoping that more people to the table now because you get in now. People affordable. And I noticed, I don't know, we're in the landscape of sports, a lot of people own teams. A lot of wealthy investors, they can't own an NFL team or an NBA team, and quickly gobbling up and really own women's teams, which is terrific. Women who are trying to them Hollywood stars, they want everyone wants to grab something between them, right? Is huge in this. Cincinnati actually was trying to get the franchise, right? And they got Caitlin Clark as part of their investment group. They didn't get on that one. My sense is on, obviously, and of course, other big names in sports. Absolutely. So that's one too.
Just the numbers. So the LA expansion team, they did $2 million to become an expansion team in 2021. 3 years later, that team sold 5-year low beta for $200 million. So the returns are there, which is why you're seeing new investors coming in. New investors coming in are not, I mean, many are passionate about sports, many are not. They want to buy a team, and this is the right investment to me. The 18th Street is the leader, the Red is the owner. Carlisle is the lead owner in South. These are private equity firms. Their entire job is to bring return capital to their LPs, and they're investing in women's sports, and they're seeing that return.
So Major League Baseball makes significant investment in professional women's softball through athletes on them. So there's progress. There's more together, right? Institutionalized. I listen, run out of time. There are no questions here. Come up afterward, but
yeah. If you want to help us, go to buy merchandise and watch.
Okay, Carolyn, pretty much.
And we'll start with a seminar on values and start with Plato. And that to me was very appealing because I'd gone through being at CNN for a long time, and CNN had just gotten hit by MS on the left and Fox on the right, and we couldn't be common ground as much as I wanted CNN to be. And the media became divisive, our politics became divisive. I found it uncomfortable and had this great opportunity to go to a place that would be a common ground of shared values.
Dan, do you hear any echoes around what the Aspen Institute means for you and what you heard there?
Well, yes, but I want to maybe add another word, which is the word community. We really should be sitting in a circle here, because in this audience are all these people who in different ways have been participants in the development of the Aspen Institute over the past quarter century. And we have board members, we have leadership council members, we have many staff members, we have regular attendees of Ideas Festival partners, and our leadership work, our international partners. So to me, that is the living, growing, organic beauty, is that we have a community of people from many walks of life and backgrounds and lived experiences who want to be a part of a community where you can connect, give, and grow authentically in a trustful way over the arc of your life and your career. And so I think we're one of the most important and promising institutions on the planet because we have that kind of capacity to offer long arcs of meaning making to anybody who wants to be a part of it.
I'm curious how your involvement in the Aspen Institute has led to certain types of personal growth. So beyond the professional, in terms of how you view the world and how you interact with the world, how has it shaped that, Dan?
You know, I'm still on this journey, I guess, but something that has been powerful for me is to participate at what I want to call a crossroads, where people come together from multiple, again, professions or spheres of interest. And I had worked in higher education, and so I was familiar with being at crossroads of where young meets old, and where scholar meets student, and where supporter meets staff. But the Aspen Institute is pulling from, it's like a wider intersection or something, more roads leading in. And so it's very growthful to be in a place of some vulnerability, and professionally, where you're interacting with people in fields you haven't been a part of before, or with people whose life experiences is just so different than your own. And so that, I guess, growth that comes from testing and trying to interact with an even wider circle would be one thing.
Walter, what about for you? Because you came from media, and you said you grew increasingly uncomfortable with what you were experiencing in that sphere. How did moving into the Aspen Institute turn into a pathway to personal growth for you?
Well, I've always believed that curiosity was a foundation for creativity, but also for the humility of trying to understand what other people want. And so when I first came here, Kathy and I first came here, one of the things we started was Ideas Festival, which is let's get the greatest scientists and poets and, you know, the Brian Greens and Damien Wetzels and all, to talk about creativity and ideas. And whether, when I was writing books, whether it be Leonardo da Vinci, you know, or Jennifer Doudna, it was all out of their curiosity that they formed communities, they had the humility to try to find common ground, and they had the sparks that led to creativity.
So I feel like this is a good moment for a second for me to offer a little bit of an appreciative commentary on what some things that Walter made possible for us to be experiencing today. We haven't rehearsed or anything, so you can disagree and say, so one is that this idea that the Aspen Institute should be a public square, that we should open the doors, invite people in, bring ideas into dialogue with one another, connect people, see what sparks could fly from the synergies, the disagreements, the surprises. That was totally new for the Aspen Institute. We were mostly a behind closed doors organization, and that ethos of public engagement and public commentary has now spread across all of our work. Virtually every program we have in our policy programs does public meetings of some sort or another, and that's directly attributed to Walter's understanding that great institutions engage the full public. Second thing is that the organization became a more open and egalitarian organization under Walter's leadership. There are a number of our programs that are trying to make a difference in the world, like, for example, our work with out of school young people, our Community Solutions Program, led by Steve Patrick, or our work to help institutions of government, the business sector, education respond to whole families, whether it's a child or an adult who's the primary focus, a family lens. That's our Ascend program led by Ann Mosley. Those are just two of the programs that Walter brought into the Institute, so that even as we were still shaping dialogues at the level of global economics or global security. Under your leadership, we began to bring in change makers and thinkers who would convene around issues that were very much at the grassroots of our country and even of the world. And that, so the expansion of our work that you led was an expansion of more opportunity for more people to enjoy this dialogic, learning, growthful community. And that has made such a difference to our public programming, which has, even more and more is drawing on more voices from more perspectives. Finally, he also brought Mike and Jackie Bezos into the organization, which brought youth into the organization. And so now, as you probably all know, we have an endowed center for rising generations so that youth and adults can be a part of everything we do. But that opening to the young is another aspect of your leadership. And so I may have jumped a question in making the comment, but when you brought up the idea, I just want to say there's such a debt that I feel, and many of our staff feel, to your leadership, because it was that openness to more ideas, more people, more places that has allowed us, I think, now to look at the landscape today and believe that we are able to offer real value to almost anybody who chooses to engage with us.
Wait, I can't take credit for all those things, but they did indeed. There's a wonderful story of the beaver at the foot of the Hoover Dam, and they said, "Did you build that?" And he says, "No, but it's based on my idea." When 20 years ago, there was a closed-door feel to the Aspen. This very room is where the Aspen Strategy Group met, and it was such a closed door that I had to wait for an invitation to come in from Brent Scowcroft, even though I'd been the president. And I said, we do have to open it up more. But then Bill pushed me, too, that our Crown program and the offshoots of the Crown program, we were a leadership institute as well. And I certainly didn't start the Crown program, but at Bill's urging, we expanded that into a global leaders network, which is here, done it all over the world. So it became something that was both open as a common ground for public dialogue rather than an elite closed-door place, and to try to push the young leaders programs as well as the common ground on policy.
So he did agree with me.
But I wonder if you still battle, to some degree, a question people have about who the Aspen Institute represents. There are lots of names on the buildings around here, and I think if you haven't attended an Ideas Fest, if you haven't interacted with the Institute, there are people who hear that Aspen Institute and automatically shut down or just look at you with some skepticism because there is an association with people who are very wealthy or people who are considered elite, the elite.
So that, we all say that, and it may be true, and institutions do have identities that people project onto them. But the simple fact of the matter is we've become so much more inclusive. We are working all across the country within 13 different partner countries around the world to bring people together in dialogue and friendship and sort of possibility imagining. We don't have any young people saying, I don't want to be a part of the Aspen Institute. We have them rushing to be a part of our new Center for Rising Generations. We don't have anybody saying in rural America we're doing economic development or in our family center strategies or our community college strategy. No community college, I don't want to be a part of the Aspen Institute. They're saying, how can I get in there? People are looking for meaningful opportunity, again, to connect, give, and grow. And we'll manage criticisms that may come because we have to be located in this town. I wouldn't move in a heartbeat, would we? We're going to be there. Yeah. That's on us to manage it, but it's also on us to keep that Walter Isaacson spirit of expansion and inclusion greater and greater all the time. Organizationally, by the way, our organization is paid, if you will, by foundations, by donors, by ticket buyers, at a level now of $270 million this year to do the work we do around the world. So all those different supporters, they see value in being the place where people can come for the connection that leads to understanding and new possibilities for our world. Had you not done the things you had done 20 years ago to open it up, to redesign it in a sense, or pivot from its initial strength to an even bigger strength, I think we would be in a more precarious position now. It's also true, one of the things that a lot of people involved in the Aspen Institute on Native American reservations or on working in our programs with Opportunity Youth, they don't know they're part of the Aspen Institute. We do want to correct that because some of our programs are so strong and so powerful in the lives of those that take part that they don't need to know they're part of the Aspen Institute. And we'd like to fix that.
All that said, it's very important these days to be aware of and try to counteract elitism. And there's and by the way, it's all institutions, including your institution, is a very elitist, and people feel it's elitist. And we have to be aware across the country, across the world, of the backlash against elitist institutions and the fact that there is some understandable cause for it, whether it's yours or ours.
Yeah, and I think this use of the word elite is it's complex because if you're inside the institution, and I'll use our show as an example of this. When I look at who makes up our team, the people who put 1A out every day, we have people from across the country who are part of that team. In some cases, other parts of the world, at least at one point. We have people who represent a cross-section of economic levels and people who have a lot of diversity in terms of race, religion. And so from the outside, there is a perception that there is elitism, but when you step into our newsroom, that's not the case at all. And it sounds like...
Don't you need some self-awareness even of why there's a feeling that you're an elitist?
And this is what I'm curious about, because so often elitism, the use of that term, is also connected to intellectual thought, right? It's connected to education, as if those things are bad, right? When I grew up, my parents told me, instilled in me, your pathway to success is education. I'm a generation removed from sharecroppers, a generation, first-gen college student. When I went to college, I didn't consider myself one of the elite. And yet now, because I have a college degree, people lump me in to that circle. Being here at the Aspen Institute, people would say I'm a member of the elite. That's not the reality of my experience. And so there's some tension there. Dan, how are you navigating that?
Well, one is by being, Walter's point, not to be defensive, but secondly, to be creative and find new opportunities to serve and even more authentically serve the full public. So I'll give an example. We were recently supported by the Lilly Endowment, which is an Indiana foundation. No one would call the Lilly Endowment a woke foundation in the middle of the country to go to 75 small and mid-sized communities in the heartland and to, on the ground, get the community to identify for us who are the most trusted individuals at the neighborhood level. And then, having built a small reservoir of those community-identified people, to develop some programming that helps, we're calling them weavers because they're reweaving the social fabric, helps those weavers achieve their purposes, including a small grant program where we'll teach the community the best way to make sure they can make grants of $5,000 to people that can't write foundation applications. We're going to do this in 75 communities. It's a big grant, it's $26 million to do this. We've been doing it for a couple years in 4 communities, in Baltimore, rural North Carolina, rural Arkansas, and we've been shown that we're good at it. We don't need those communities to run around saying, wow, isn't the Aspen Institute an amazing place? We need them to say, we have weavers in our community that are showing the path forward. David Brooks was the founder of this concept, and with David's talent for building narrative, we intend to show, if anybody doubts it, that at the local and community level, weaving, which has always been an American strength observed since de Tocqueville, is still alive and well, and here's what it looks like. And it won't look like a so-called elite group. It'll look like everyday people doing extraordinary things.
And so it's a reimagining of what it means to be a leader.
It exactly is that. We do have about 20 fellowship programs for leadership development, like the Crown program. They focus on some blend of the why of leadership and the how of leadership, depending on the program. For example, we have a big one for community college presidents. So it really helps those leaders of small cities in rural and urban America to build predictable engines of opportunity for those students, counting on those schools to be able to get them into family-sustaining jobs. And the community college sector loves the Aspen Institute. It was Walter that brought Josh Weiner here to build this program. And so that kind of work to identify leaders of people serving institutions in community and leaders in their own accord in community complements the work of having an Aspen Strategy Group where you're talking about affairs of global security. And if we're really good, we'll see how we do, because we're working at this. We will be able, if we can, to weave all of this into a fabric, an interconnected global community of people who are trying to make a difference in the world, where Aspen is their home base to go back to for the dialogues, the learning, the connections that will then allow them to go back to their work with even more power. There's a colleague named Tommy Loper who's sitting right there, and with a slight smile, Tommy is helping us build this the framework for an interconnected Aspen community, which includes a big tech play, investing in making it possible for everybody in this room, each of you, within a year to have your own Aspen passport, different for each one of us, that will allow you to draw into your own sort of brain space the content we're producing across the world, whether in Romania or in Tulsa, and to be able to chart what you would like to learn next on your leadership journey. We're going to make that a public good, available to all, where the people that have made this place what a wonderful institution it is can also be educators and amplifiers for those that want to come in and join.
One thing I should add, I knew Tommy when he was still known as Tom, but what you've just heard is the fact that Dan has built more in this institution in your period than I did, but thanks for giving me the credit. But it's amazing the amount of new things that have been built on it.
It's actually linking and leveraging, really. Walter helped, and many in this room helped us put so many different important new pieces on the table, complementing a 75-year tradition of respectful, inclusive, important dialogue. And this era, that those of us are doing it together in the room, what we're just trying to do is to connect it even more so that the next generation of people coming here can be an even bigger group.
Tell us a little more about that next generation leadership program that the Bezos is doing.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So at this time last year, we were finalizing a discussion with the Bezos Family Foundation and Mike and Jackie Bezos about a vision that they first formed in dialogue with Walter about 20 years ago. And so this may be apocryphal, but I've heard the story so many times. Mike, new to Aspen, gets to know Walter, says, I like this place. I like the way people engage. Can we get some younger people here? And Mike says that Walter said, yeah, I think we could get some more 35, 40-year-olds here. It's a good story.
Yeah.
Yes, and so Mike and Jackie chortled, and they said, well, we were thinking teenagers. And then Walter said, I think that's a great idea. The Bezos scholars are now in their, I think, 21st year, and maybe the 20th year, coming to ideas. And Mike and Jackie, encouraged by Walter, began to make investments in other parts of our work to include young people. And so this was like seeding across this beautiful farmland, these different ways to involve young people. And then after our board chair, Margot Pritzker, led us in the development of a 5-year strategic plan 2 years ago, which identified building social trust, connecting leaders across all divides, and getting young people involved, Mike said, I really want to make this permanent. And so he made the endowment gift. So at the Aspen Institute will, for all time, be a youth and young adult, including and serving organization. He created the Center for Rising Generations. The donation was a large one, $175 million, so that we can draw the interest on that every single year, roughly $8 million, in perpetuity, to extend our work into more circles of young people and include more young people and young adults across what we do. But it's kind of an example, and I haven't said this before, of, so you gave Mike and Jackie the chance to be involved and to have influence, which we want you to have influence. We want you to feel this is a living organization, you're a part of it, you have ideas, you can help us to go a little farther, find a different route. And in doing that, Mike and Jackie, blessed by Walter, made good, solid steps. I don't want to call them small, but I want to call them steady to include more young people, more young people, more young people. And then we have a 5-year strategic plan. And Mike and Jackie are thinking of legacy. And so we have a chance to take a big step. And I think that's how institutions and even countries develop. Steady, incremental progress, but don't miss the chance to take the big step.
Walter, I'm curious what you think we have to learn from young leaders. What do they bring to the table that is unique?
Well, one of the things I did after I left the institute is go back to a university, Tulane, and teach.
I got a ride over here from a young man who took your class, and he sang your praises. A young man who threw me on one of the carts and drove me over here, and he was a student in one of your classes, and he sang your praises.
Red-haired kid.
Yes.
He was not a good student. No. We're all going into a new age, and we're fearing it. Kathy and I were talking about the panel just before, in which Kate is talking about the age of AI and what it can do. And I feel that every generation, whether it's my parents who were rebelling against rock music and television and transistor radios, or when poor Plato is arguing with Socrates about whether writing is going to destroy our ability to memorize, those sort of things, that one has to have our batteries recharged by people with the fresh ideas, fresh minds, and fresh approaches. And so I find that the Bezos scholars, when they come, the Aspen Challenge people in each community, the students that I teach, end up bringing more to my creativity than I do to theirs.
And Dan, when we're working with young people, and I have a lot of young folks in my life, I think sometimes they're bringing ideas to the table that aren't entirely comfortable for people of other generations.
Don't forget, I was a college president. But even before that, my wife, Karen, and our children and I lived in a dorm on Georgetown's campus for 8 years. And we raised our kids on that dorm. And so I know what you're saying. But keep going with it.
So how do you, in an institutional setting, navigate that tension where you want to provide the support to help them become really influential leaders, but also give them the space to explore the ideas that may be uncomfortable for the people who are writing the checks?
Mike and Jackie are very thoughtful on this very point. When we developed our youth leadership programs with their involvement, they reminded the Institute this is a little bit different than with the adult leadership programs we do. For instance, their values are still in formation, whereas sometimes with our adult leaders, we're trying to tap and draw out of them what's been deep inside so they can say it. We have to give young people a little more space. We also think that learning by doing is so important for younger people. Get out, get involved. But in general, I think that these are age-old ideas, or maybe Brene Brown would say they're good. I hope so. But one is that relationships, build relationships with young people. That is the single most important thing. And then secondly, young people respond well to the feeling of being respected by those they respect. That is magic, that moment when you respect somebody and they respect you. I learned this from Jesuit priests growing up in my educational experiences. That is magic, that moment. And the third thing I'd say is to help instill and encourage and inspire growth mindsets in young people, which is essentially the belief that as the world is changing around me, or as I'm facing new challenges or new opportunities, I can develop my talent. It's not fixed, it's not capped, it's not defined or limited. I can grow as I go. And helping young people have the learning experiences of growth, where they do grow and then they know they've grown and then they understand they can do that again, is how to instill growth mindset. So in our Center for Rising Generations, we're going to really emphasize facilitating growth mindsets through dialogue. I can have difficult dialogue. I can understand an argument somebody makes so well that I can give it back to them accurately without them being mad at me. I can not only express my point of view, but I know how to back it up with evidence or with an argument, with rhetoric. And so being able to then document growth, and then know you can do it again is sort of a spirit that we're bringing to our work with young people. And our focus is civil dialogue, civic engagement, developing your leadership. That's how we're going to engage with young people. And so will there be ideas that younger people have sometimes that we who are older might say, I don't know if that's going to work. The key is to have a relationship where there can be give and take.
I just want to mention we will have time for Q&A in just a few minutes. So if you have questions prepared, then we'll have a microphone that will move around the room.
There's somebody staff here. We could actually, any complaints anybody has, why not?
I want to point to a sobering reality that everyone in this room is aware of, and that is the loss of trust in our institutions. In a 2024 Pew Research Center survey, only 22% of respondents say they trust the federal government to do the right thing just about always or most of the time. And that's just one measure of the decline of public trust in many institutions. As you said earlier, Walter, that goes across federal government, it goes across media, goes across higher education. But both of you have led the Institute through times when public trust has declined, and we've seen this increase in polarization. So I'm curious, what makes you can answer this two ways, but what makes you convinced you're not fighting a losing battle, or what gives you hope that the work you're doing will shift the tide?
So I don't know if it's a losing battle or not. Nobody actually knows that. We should all get up each day and do everything we can to make a difference in that day. And the way I look at it is it is a fact that trust is being tested, of course. So enter me this, though. The opposite of trust is cynicism. What problem in the history of problems has been solved by cynics? When have they ever said, oh my gosh, we're not caring for the elderly well, we got to build a new social security system, bring in the cynics so we can create the social security system. Or, oh, we got to go to Normandy, quick, get the cynics so we can hit the beaches. Cynicism has never solved a single problem. So our job, our opportunity is to be a place where people go because they don't want to surrender to cynicism. And if other people don't come, maybe they'll come later because more people come here. But we have an opportunity each and every day, even acting alone, to be a place that people say, I go there because I can trust that the conversation I'll have will be real, and we'll try to go somewhere with it. So it doesn't bother me that, like there's challenges in the world, it's stormy times, the world wobbling at the top, whatever metaphor you want to use, we're going to be the place where the center can hold. And if that's a bigger group, great. And if it's a smaller group, then they'll be the people in this room.
There tends to be a pendulum in all societies at all times, and especially in American society since, 1776. And I remember writing about Einstein when he was very upset at the rise of McCarthyism, all the tamping down of free speech. And he wrote to his son, he said, I've seen this happen before. I saw it in Germany in the 30s, and then saw it with the Communist Government. And then a couple of years later, Eisenhower, Edward R. Murrow, all these people team up, and the pendulum goes back. And Einstein said, America has something magical in its democracy, like a gyroscope. It tends to right itself, which is a nice thing to think, but I also then later thought, no, it doesn't just do that. We have to do that. It's like the arc of history bending towards justice. No, it doesn't bend. It has to be bent towards justice. I do think there will be a pendulum swing back. There is a yearning for community, a yearning for trust, a yearning for information you can trust. And those of us who were part of institutions that lost trust, we can be angry about the people for losing, but we also should be inward looking. Like, why did we, you and I, lose the trust? And I have some reasons, but I think humility is always warranted when you're looking at why those people don't trust anymore.
But something I want to mention that Walter's doing is he has a short Walter Isaacson book coming out in the fall that will look at the Declaration of Independence, the key sentence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, and explicate the dialogues, the debates that were leading to what ultimately became that sentence, and then offer, I think, we'll see a few Walter Isaacson thoughts about the relevance.
Inspired by both the Aspen Institute, if I may say so, and daughter, who over the past year kept urging me to do that. And we need to sometimes allow people to talk. You talk about young people and meeting their spread. To go back to Sam, my student, actually was a very good student. That was just a joke, because every time he had an idea, I'd say, okay, complexify that a bit. Tell me the other side. And by the way, I don't get. And I think sometimes we in our generation and we in the media made it so you weren't supposed to say certain things like that. And that's why the backlash against political correctness and what has happened. We were all appalled at that backlash until we reflected inwardly and said, no, maybe we hadn't allowed exploration of ideas and people being challenged to complexify their ideas.
So what I love is that Walter, who has been the historian and biographer of so many transformational figures, in this book offers your thoughts about what is blind to yeah, that's all the better. Longer than I would have taken less time. So we have another part of the cynicism is to share ideas, to talk to one another, to take the slight risk of vulnerability in expressing what it is you want and hope and believe in while being open to people's ideas. And so I want to mention your book because it's example all of us to share, to speak, to extend ourselves.
I think we're in an environment right now, and some of it has to do with the media landscape, and not to blame every media or media altogether, but people, it's easy to find, there are people who are willing to supply simplified, oversimplified explanations. There are people who seek to flatten narratives. There are people who seek to simplify the very complicated history of our country. Yeah. So how is the Advent Institute in this moment thinking about not just a shared set of values, but a shared set of values that allows for that messy complication that is this country?
I think that's one of our major callings, is to provide the forum where people come together to change their ideas, whether they're fully forming and then come out of that and picked up another angle to add to what they have to offer. We were talking earlier today with the two professors, Brene Brown and Kate Crenshaw. Kate Crenshaw was fantastic. It was inconclusive. They didn't have an answer to what AI is doing, and they fear AI and our reliance on that tool may hollow out human experience and human connection. Professor Brown's point was that vulnerability and connection are critical to the human flourishing, and that AI, with its certitude and its outsourcing of thought, is a danger. Well, let's talk about that. Maybe we're agree with that. Maybe there's some great opportunities for the world, too, with this challenging new moment in human history. And so if we can be the place where those ideas are exchanged well, where people have both good arguments and also find interesting common ground, that's a great service to the world.
Well, then turn to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand, and we'll walk a microphone down to you. Let's start down front here.
To borrow a formulation from Michael Lewis, I expected to be informed this morning, but I didn't expect to be inspired. This is a treasure that we've lost. Thank you. This thing about values is a common ground for shared values. Just in the last 10 years, 15 years, that you guys had your hands on the levers and dots of this. Have you seen values, are they something to be curated, like they're absolute? Have you seen them evolve? Is it the undertaking an institute to reflect values, to create them? What do you have to say about that?
I think that many values are universal and absolute, but the context is different, and so that makes the kaleidoscope turns anyway. And so how is an enduring value alive or more or less relevant in another context? I think something that is inspiring to me is, so in the Holocaust, there were, of course, extraordinary loss of human life and talent. Some of the people in Auschwitz later wrote about their experience in Auschwitz, and extraordinarily eminent people. Viktor Frankl wrote Man's Search for Meaning. Primo Levi wrote Survival in Auschwitz. Elie Wiesel wrote Night. Jean Emery wrote, I'm blocking the name of it now, but basically Mind's Limits. They were in Auschwitz at the same time, those four people. And the most evil thing that we could imagine that was done to them, they came out of it, and they went through, each of them, a multi-year journey to make sense of it. Jean Emery's answer was, we were at the mind limits, there is no purpose to human life, actually, once I've seen what was done here. And but Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl has the exact opposite point of view. that what cannot be controlled is the attitude you take to the circumstance you're in. So I have a lot of faith from that kind of response to the Holocaust, the Black freedom struggle, other freedom struggles that define our country's time, that enabling and supporting people of goodwill to form their own opinions about the circumstance and providing the setting where those opinions can be shared will create for future generations greater possibilities for wisdom and community, even if people disagree, in fact, because they disagree. So for me, this question of values is, can we make sure that we enable people to feel enough of a sense of belonging here that they can say whatever it is they have to say? And if those writers I just mentioned have the courage to try to speak to the world and to the Jewish community about what they suffered, we can have the courage to build an environment that allows people to speak freely what's on their mind.
To add a little bit, though, since we're all both praising ourselves about all the new things we've done, I'd like to go back to the roots of what this institute did, the black and white pictures being on the walls of the lobby there, which is the seminar, the one that Mortimer Adler did, which answers your question about how do we find the very basic values, the ones that are enduring, not the ones that necessarily change every time 140 character limits get lifted. And it starts the executive seminar with Plato and Socrates talking, and it is so timely. If you go back, whether it be to the Republic or to John Stuart Mill and Locke and the others we do, even on things like anonymity, when Plato's talking about putting on the ring of Gyges and you become anonymous. Well, that's what we're experiencing with the internet now. So I think it's useful before we try to create new values is to dig really deep and understand the roots of certain values that have endured across the globe for 2 millennia.
Other questions? Right here.
I may be the oldest person in this room. I was born in 1940. Okay. I'm here not to see what's going to happen from the Aspen Institute. And you know I've been here a long time, not often. 10, 20 years from now, I will be here to see all the results of these. But I do have grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren. Okay, I grew up in the era when de Tocqueville was believed. Okay, you both know what de Tocqueville said. When there are more people riding in the wagon, we are a doomed society. Isn't that what he said? Doomed? Well, not doomed. We are on the decline. Excuse me, decline. We are a declining society. Now, I've seen our country change. To me, not for the better, but not the worse, but going in that direction. So how do you address all the work you're doing? That's why I come to learn and to see what the future will be for the United States. And congratulations in what the society does.
I'm not sure I'm interpreting your question right, so we can talk afterwards if I don't get it, I don't nail it. Yeah. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Now I understand it. Yeah. So the idea that I want to then lean into is that America is called to active citizenship, and that active engagement in community and the improvement of our society is the American way. It's a way to make sure that the citizens of the future feel an ownership stake in this country and make a better place, sacrifice for. Those values are all across the people that work at the Aspen Institute, the work we do. Exactly that. How can we create more active citizenship, active contribution to our world? And the reason I pulled back for a second is when you said more on the wagon. I wasn't sure if that was like bad to have more on the wagon, but now I get it's more to be pulled by those who are the leaders in society. We want more people from more backgrounds having an ownership stake in this country, and our programs are organized, I hope, to do that, because when you own something, you have accountability and responsibility for it.
Who's over here in the orange?
Hey, Walter. Dan, you sort of touched on this at the end of your comments. I have a 16 and 17-year-old. They get all their information from ChatGPT. So we can debate whether AI is good or bad, but they've already decided. I'm terrified. Especially when workplaces like this, we have all these incredibly smart people sharing their thoughts. How do we ensure that if that's going to become sort of the distribution channel for information and ideas, how do we ensure smart people are connected to that world in some way?
Well, you've worked on that in levels in traditional media, new media, and social media, and other things. And I think we'd all agree that one problem is that the incentives of the algorithm to get engagement are not the same incentives you want if you want community and shared pools of misinformation. So there's a fundamental technological challenge in algorithm-driven digital media than there was back on the days when you were on the air versus in social media or watching your kids do large language models. I'm not absolutely sure that you can solve it by ordering the technology companies, the large language model makers, the ChatGPTs, to do things differently. It has to come from a hunger that eventually, I think, will well up, that we need a common ground of information as opposed to everybody getting some pieces of information uniquely tailored to their biases, which is what an algorithm can do. Vivian Schiller here at the Institute has been working on that hard. Our first came here when Shelley Firestone was starting to work on the Media and Society program. So I don't think there's an easy technological or regulatory fix to it. And in the end, the technology is only going to be as good as we want it to be.
I think we have time for maybe one more question on this side. Right here.
Yeah, I'm just, first of all, 75 years running the institution, not only to survive, but like it's incredible, and it's still the leadership of this organization. Back to the metaphor, Walter, that you used in the beat for the bottom of the Hoover Dam. 25 years from now, when the two of you are sitting one seat to the right, and the new leader in this position, what's that Beaver saying about this organization that he didn't build it, but it was his idea? So,
this is Rob Koretz, who's the lead of Leadership Council, and is helping us think about this, the direction of the institution in lots of ways. I hope that what they say is that the march of progress, if you will, in the Aspen Institute's development as an organ of civil society is one that has meant that we've always been authentic to our founding values, to the belief that the dialogue across opposite divides can build understanding and promote new possibilities for a better world, and that we have steadily increased the involvement of people all walks of life in the Institute, that the Institute is a trusted, impartial convener, so that ideas can emerge out of the most productive dialogue, and that the institutions community, ever larger, I hope. Today we think about 100,000 people that have powerful Aspen experience around the world, so ever larger. If you know people, 25 years from now, if you know people, that they all say those people, I trust this community and this place to be one where I can give, I can grow, I can learn, I can get. And so it's a widening resource available to more, honoring our heritage, and continuing to stand as change.
In the final minute we have here, I would love to give you to think of a question you'd like us to ask ourselves about our involvement in the Aspen Institute or about our involvement in our communities. A question we can leave with that we can ask ourselves and the people in our own communities.
Like both of our shoulders slightly sore from patting ourselves. So I'm going to go to that notion that Ben Franklin loved of humility. And we should ask ourselves what we get wrong. If you're asking why I did the Aspen Institute, NPR, or whatever, get tainted with elitism and there's a backlash against it, we should say, okay, what did we get wrong? What was the consensus we had about trade and globalization and the economy and that technology was going to be, and we got wrong about people being left behind. We thought that we in the meritocratic elite had looked down upon them. So even if we celebrate 75 years, I think of our founders after they did the Declaration, after they did the Constitution, they said, you know what, nothing's wrong. Let's do a Bill of Rights and some amendments here. So in this day and age when we're all polarized and our hair is on fire, but a university, like the university that you ran, I ran, or went to, and we're all upset about what happened to universities, maybe say, what did we do wrong in the past 20 or 30 years? Likewise, I think that's true of the media and of all institutions.
Walter Benjamin found this place, he said in his statement at the 19 meeting that leadership were self-correcting. So I like that institutions can be self-correcting. Now, if I at the individual level is, to start the day, we try to be an organization that asks that question of our else.
Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Ford CEO Jim Farley.
Hi everyone, and thanks for welcome back to Aspen. I love this chapter because a lot of ideas flying around. It seems like a lot of them all through here, and that's why I want to say quickly before Walter and I have a discussion. I want to make this to everyone about the essential economy and how I would define everything that can be built or moved or fixed. It's a $12 billion economy. Yes, it involves almost 100 million jobs. It's really the backbone of society, and it's important, but not everyone knows it until it does work. We did this kind of work in the economy because, like so many Americans, I had a job, and I swept floors in a push shop. I got myself to graduate a car restoration job. I still love working on my cars, and no matter what my job is, I would say it's kind of who I am, my fins. And when you spot a line on a truck, or a plumber, on this call, or EMT, raising efficiency outside the building forward, and there are people in our company too. And yet the essential economy is more of a hurt, maybe more than what you expect. We're short 600,000 factory jobs workers in the U.S. Almost 500,000 workers. 400,000 auto technicians that work in dealers to fix the cars we all drive. And the white collar productivity on US jobs almost 30%. Now the productivity in this economy is actually falling. So not only do we have a huge hole, the productivity is getting worse. And we can't ignore it on a personal level, a cracked bridge or a blown transformer or an understaffed construction site have a huge impact on our daily lives. And with so few people in jobs, it's going to be expensive to fix when it all falls apart. You know, obviously AI, battery plants, they all seem really exciting, but you need HVAC installers, you need electricians, you need welders, and in many different towns around the country, half new jobs are these essential economy workers. Their labor statistics sees a 60% growth in skilled trades. And productivity in these sectors hasn't been matched to our historical levels for the whole economy. Our GDP would be higher, and the upward would be $5,000 more. So about it. Well, I think they're pretty simple things, but they're hard to do. Modernizing permitting in this country is very difficult to permit, and red tape is absolute bane of this economy. Running our working plumbing. We spend less on vocational, let me say this real carefully. We spend less on vocational training in our country than every one of our countries. And we are training for 2050, we're training 1950. Robotics, this is what plumber person needs to focus on. Just think about how cloud transformed coding. We have the same plan for the essential economy. You know, my dad grew up with that bill. My grandfather was part of the APA. We had the Ford Trade School. These don't exist anymore. This is Ford. And Ford trained all the workers, like my grandfather. They don't know anything, but they were skilled. And they had a great future. And with all that AmeriCorps, we would have something for this economy in our country. Ford's moving in. We're funding trade school scholarships, teaching boot camps. We have financial support for people who want to go into HVAC business if they're an HVAC professional. We can't solve it themselves. And the idea of festival is that. And actually, I'm here for a specific reason. Talk to the EMT. Talk to the person in the booth. Ask what life is like, how they're training, what are they going to do, what is he doing. And my only comment really is that we're going to best thinkers in this area of Detroit this fall, and have guests at Michigan Central Station. So if you haven't heard about research on it, because we really read about this part of the economy, we don't tell you someone else will be or academia. We want to do something else for Ford. My father was NPC at that future in 1918. He was 89 employee at Ford. He was his parents. He was born. He rose to the ranks as an hourly worker. He had enough money to barely buy a dealership. And then he became a supply Ford. He worked until he was 5, and his Ford job put my mom to college. It really changed their whole life. So look around the room. At some point, almost all of their families came from these kind of jobs. Maybe when parents or grandparents, maybe you worked a job like this economy like I did, in one way to be married. But our whole education system focused on 4-year education. During the entry worker, the tech company fell 50% since 2019. Is that really where we want to go? Artificial intelligence will replace literally half all white collar workers in the U.S. You know what job is? When you come out the power line, build a factory, letting the water them. Every day we see more and more in the news about people finding their own way in school rates. And here's poll, even 1/3 of Americans now graduating trade school, prefer trade school over a traditional 4-year college degree. We all sense that we can do better than we are doing. We need a mindset. One of the pieces is the importance of this essential economy, the importance to our vibrancy and stability as a country. So we'd like to invite Walter up on stage to have a conversation about some of the other things going forward. Thank you.
You know, we opened the Ideas Festival this year, Fareed's car and myself having a bit of a disagreement. I said I came full circle from my original way of thinking of the global economy, and that trade was going to be a boon for everybody and free movement of people. And I came to the conclusion that we had to rebuild manufacturing and the economy, and that even tariffs could be a part of that. How is you getting involved in things like that?
I would say similarly, I'm in the business community of free trade, and now I work all over the world and for multiple companies, and I see so many countries with their full scale of the economy and focus on local manufacturing. Japan, Germany, and China, and they created all these jobs.
So the argument is that we don't want to be a manufacturing company. It's a country with 8% of the economy. We'd rather do services and software. Tell me wrong with that argument.
Well, you have to defend yourself. What happens? What is Google going to think? To be totally think. We've forgotten a lot about it. And I think we talk a lot of energy independence. We need to turn on industrial independence. It's very, very important. People don't realize how dependent we are as a country on making things on other countries. We cannot get any high power maintenance without China. We shut down plant for the last 3 weeks because we cannot get high power maintenance into your speakers and audio system, your seats, motors, your motors, your door motors. And we have some
putting in these moderate tariffs. We might rebuild and save the sector.
And all other countries. So we are fighting behind the back. In many cases, our competitors have $5 to $6 a cent that they're exporting. Today, China has 20 million units domestically, but they have 4 million of capacity. They can export with capacity for electric vehicles or all vehicles. Okay. They don't have to want it, and they can serve all of North America and part of Europe without anything. So we are in a global competition, and these jobs are really great. The job at Ford is $150 to $200. It's a transformational job for people's lives, and we have to really understand what it's going to take to not just have tariffs to to have an even playing field set, but also to recreate minerals, battery raw materials, manufacturing grade semiconductors. Oh, so exciting! You have all these semiconductor plants in there. We're making advanced nodes for AI. But most of the silicon and those industrial products that we all have are manufacturing grade. It's gold that all comes increasingly from China. We can make anything if we get it.
Which China have you been year?
Oh, I would say 67.
67? Yes. What are you seeing there that was from?
The most common thing I've ever seen. 70% of all EVs in the world, electric vehicles are in China. They have far superior in-vehicle technology. Huawei and Xiaomi are in every car. They fit in
cell phone technology.
Yes.
Nothing to do with cell phones.
Yes, and you don't have to pair your phone automatically. Your whole digital comms is mirrored in the car. You have an AI companion that you can talk to ChatGPT equivalent in China. All that automatic payment is already there. You can buy movie tickets, has facial recognition, so it knows who's in which seat and which media you like.
But we won't focus on that. Would you need an example or?
Yeah, Google not to go in our business. And even beyond that, their cost, the quality of their vehicles is far superior to what I see most. I mean, we are in a global competition with China. It's not just EVs. And if we lose this, not have a future for it.
Well, you did talk about EVs and how much they're there. To some extent, it seems that Ford is at least taking its off the accelerator for electric vehicles. Is that right?
I think it's changing our profile in line with, man, we've been number 2 to test for years. We're also number 3 hybrids. To Toyota and Honda, people don't know. We're 8% market share hybrids for trucks. F-150, which is best-selling vehicle in the United States for 47 years. 25% of all of them have a hybrid system. And why are people buying F-150 hybrid? Well, because no power on board. With a hybrid F-150, you can power your house for 6 days and the grid goes down. People are really interested in energy dependent in Texas and Florida and California. So I would say we're putting more energy and more investment in hybrid, and we're reaping capital because we saw what happened in this first thing of EVs. We're going super affordable and commercial. We're not going to be investing in $50,000 to $60,000 SUVs, $30,000 EVs, and commercial EVs, because that's where the market's going.
So super affordable. There aren't that many of them.
No, there aren't. There's actually really none. And those are here kind of compliant vehicles. The manufacturer create EV credits that can sell trucks. They're not cars and they lose a lot of money. So we have a challenge, a product company, which hopefully we'll talk about publicly soon, where we're going to build the Model T of EVs with a small group of Suncorp's team in California.
Wow. So that's what Henry Ford had to do.
He did. When Henry Ford decided to democratize the V8 in 1932, he took 10 people and he quit the company. He put it in Greenfield Village, and they developed 20 or 30 different versions of V8 until they settled on the one. They had to quit the company. Then when he got the design right, he threw it back in the industrial system at Ford, and we were going to industrialize the V8.
So that's what works. They could do a really affordable car. Would you keep in America?
Yes. We'll build in America. It's been engineered in America. Our supply chain, this is one of the debates about the tariffs. Look, I mean, it's $800 a month for an F-150 now. And, if we build every part here, I'm not sure we could even, wire harness fasteners, there's no suppliers in the U.S. But even if we did, it'd be $100 a month. So the tension on tariffs are, how do you find the fair playing field, but still make your vehicles affordable with import parts? So what I like to say is, hey, let's create a fair playing field for the finished vehicle. For parts, let us import parts from around the world. Let us keep Mexico stable in other countries. And that's working through the administration on.
And when you say working for the administration on, how do you deal with them on understanding how tariffs should and could work and how supply chains and dealing in Mexico should work?
It's been an interesting process, a very intense one, with a lot of dialogue. I would say the president's priorities are very much in line with Ford. People don't realize half cars in the United States are imported through a port or through a train or a truck. Half. About 20 years ago, it was 80%. And Ford makes 85% of all our vehicles in the U.S. The biggest importer in the U.S. is our domestic competitor. When they went bankrupt, they fired more than 20,000 people in the U.S. We hired 15,000 since 2007. Now we have most UAW workers. So yes, we are an outsized company. And once we criticized us for building so much in the U.S., they said, you make more money, you make $1 billion more if you build more plants in Mexico. But we didn't really think that was the right thing for our country. And now we're in a better position than the others because we don't import, and we're also the number 1 exporter.
And you think you can compete on the affordability field against BYD in China?
The key is innovation. To your point, we did our homework on BYD. They're the global leader in EV volume, and we found a lot of opportunities. Let's say it like that. I'll give you one example. American electric vehicles do not use LFP batteries. They're 30% cheaper. They can cycle twice. You can charge them twice as long in many cycles without deteriorating. But they are less energy dense. But there's almost no fire risk. And China bet on LFP. The West bet on these lithium batteries. And they have fire risk and they're very expensive. But they are more energy dense. So one of the things we bet on is to move to LFP for this affordable vehicle. But the IP is in China. So we had to localize the IP in Michigan, and that's very difficult. A lot of politicians focused on that, but we think that's the best thing for America.
So if you do LFP batteries, sorry to get so geeky on this, think of what Elon Musk is doing.
Yes.
It's not just for cars. You might use it.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say you're absolutely right because we have a lot of renewable energy now in our country, wind and solar, but they work sometimes and they don't work others. And there's a lot of energy storage that you need with this renewable, grid now.
And so Ford could get into the energy storage business?
We could repurpose our facilities, take LFP technology and make, energy storage batteries, not just EV batteries. Mm-hmm. And that's actually what Ford does. In COVID, we were one of the largest PPE producers. No one asked the engineers at Ford to do that. We just started making it. Within a week, we started making ventilators In World War II, look what we did for our country. This is what we do at Ford because
Wasn't
they
that
can't.
great Henry Ford line when he talked about, giving the raise to the workers, and he said,
Yes.
they said that would be bad for the company. He said, no, these are our customers too.
That's right. He was the first one to pay everyone $5 a day, and it completely changed the immigration of our country. Detroit's the city it is now because of that $5 wage, and it transformed people's lives like Henry Ford, my grandfather. But he said, to your point, he said, I'm doing it because I want my factory worker to buy my cars. If they make enough money, they'll buy my own product. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. Yeah, I'm going to pay twice what someone else makes, but I want to have the best people, and I want them to be able to afford a house, a car. That's not a reality for. During the union negotiation, I did a lot of gemba, just going to our plants and listening. And the older workers who'd been at the company said, none of the young people want to work here, Jim. You pay $17 an hour. And they are so stressed. They got to work at Amazon for 8 hours. Then they come over to Ford for work for 7 hours. And then they sleep for 3 or 4 hours. And then they go back and they're barely getting by. So we took every temporary worker and made them full-time. It wasn't easy to do. It was expensive. But I think that's the kind of changes we need to make in our country. And it's not easy because there's a lot of pressure from the financial community. But
Talk about that because one of the things that's happened in the past 20 to 30 years has been that the definition of the economy is to get more wealth and growth. And it's you get the financial community, Wall Street, the funds all pushing you just for that. Does Ford have a higher mission than just creating profits, and what will those be?
Absolutely. The Ford family is in their 6th generation. They don't toot their own horn, but, Ford would not be Ford without the Ford family. In 2007, when our 2 competitors went bankrupt, we didn't. The employees said over and over again, I'm not going to let the Ford family down. Mm-hmm. I'll come in.
And how values impact our well-being. And researchers who study it say, I'm going to oversimplify this so we can get to questions, but that we all roughly have about a dozen core values inside all of us. And they separate them into intrinsic values and extrinsic values. Intrinsic values are things like wanting to be a good neighbor, wanting to be pro-social, good to the environment, grow spiritually, grow as a person. Extrinsic values are things like wanting the brand name college, wanting the big job, wanting the big house, the status markers. And values operate like a zero-sum game. So the more time and energy you spend pursuing extrinsic values, the less room you have in your life for pursuing the intrinsic ones. And here's why this matters. Because extrinsic values have been linked with negative mental health and substance abuse disorder, whereas intrinsic values are linked with the well-being we want for ourselves and for our kids. And it's not that people in high-achieving communities don't have good values. It's that our extrinsic values are constantly being activated, and our intrinsic ones are not. And so one of the things that I've really just zeroed in on in my own house and in my own life is to purposely focus on the intrinsic values, because we need them. We need to be focused, and for our kids as well, to be talking about values as often as we talk about other risk behaviors, how long you're on your phone, how you spend your money, drugs, alcohol, all of these things are risk factors, so are values.
All right.
Well, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
Your schedule and your budget are the statement of your values.
Yep.
So you can say all you want, just like I was saying the right things to Claire, but what had I done over the years? Like that's what made it clear to her that I was kind of excited if she went to a really cool school that I could brag to you all about.
Q&A. Let's start here.
Thank you. I have a comment for Kelly and a question for Jenny. Thank you so much about this making thing. During COVID, I almost had a nervous breakdown. I made 9 needlepoint pillows for the first time in my life. It got me through. Some I gave away, some I kept.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize, and that's great to know. Jenny, I'm a little confused because mattering seems to be of 2 things, in relationships with others and achievements, work, etc. Is there a way to quantify, like, is it 50%, 50%? I have a new family that I'm sort of adopted, and at the end of every conversation, the mother and I say, I love you. And that is so important. It's more important than anything I've achieved. Is there a 50-50, or how did you break it?
So mattering is feeling valued and adding value. And feeling valued, and this is the research of Isaac Prolotensky. He's created something called the mattering wheel, which visually, I just think it's very satisfying if you Google it up on your phone. And if you think of mattering like a wheel, with mattering in the middle, it's mattering to family, to friends, to self, to colleagues, to society, and adding value to the self, to the friends, to the... Exactly, you're adding value and you're feeling valued, so it's really equal. And there are, in the new book I talk about, I have a whole chapter on mattering too much, which sounds counterintuitive, but there are certain people in our world, caretakers, doctors, first responders, there are people there who just matter too much right now. And that's not true mattering. True mattering is a balance between feeling valued and being relied on to add value. When we are overstretched, that's not true mattering.
Over here. Okay, hold the mic a little closer.
Thank you so much for all your insights. It's really inspirational to hear as a young person, who will hopefully be contributing to the future. My name is Parsmi, and I'm one of the Bezos Scholars. I'm from Southern California. I had 2 questions, one for Ms. Wallace and one for Ms. Corrigan. Ms. Wallace, so in the introduction, you talked a lot lot about kind of like the impact that parental figures have on young people in the house. And as a young person currently who is living with my parents, I completely understand that, and I really do see the impact that it has. So I was kind of wondering, because in terms of the parents, or just any adult figures in a youth's life, some of the solutions can be what a youth, or like what a young person contributes back at home once the parents do come home from work, but majority of the impact still comes from what the adults experience outside of the house. So I was just wondering, like, what is something that could be done to change the structure or cultures in the workforces, because that's something that's currently out of our hands as young people. But once we are in those positions and those places in the future, hopefully we will be stopping those cycles for future generations. Yes. But currently, what do the current adults and leaders in the workforce do about it, and what can we do to help with that process?
Great question. So resilience rests on good relationships. This is decades worth of resilience research. So the number one intervention for any child in distress is to make sure the primary caregiver in that child's life, that they are resilient, that their support system and mental health is intact. And the way we do that, you know, we're told as caregivers to put our oxygen mask on first, but really what we need is someone in our life who is close enough to us, who can see when we are struggling, and who will reach over and put that mask on for us. So what I would say is, and this is research out of the Mayo Clinic, and it's since been replicated, that what adults need are just 1 hour a week of time with people at work or outside of work where they can open up, where they could be vulnerable, where they could feel supported, and be in those reciprocal relationships, because that is what bolsters us. That's not an opinion, that's fact. That's decades worth of resilience research. And they have found it only takes 1 hour a week of deliberate, intentional time with someone we trust and that we can open up to. So what I would say at work is to prioritize relationships.
Thank you so much. And if at the end, if it's possible, I have a copy of your book with me, so it'd be
I'd love
incredible if I could get a
it.
signature from you.
And it's
Go,
in the
your
bookstore if
question
anybody
for
wants
Kelly.
And Ms. Corrigan, so I was just wondering, so you talked a lot about what meaning making is and how we can be more intentional about it. But to take it back to like my peers and my friends at school, what would opportunities for meaning making for young people look like more specifically? Like things we can practice right now, or things we can look forward to do right now that can set us up for the future, with more clear intention, like you said, being conscious and noticing what it is that we are doing and how that will impact us.
I mean, we could probably brainstorm together like a list of 25 things that you could do on any given day. There's Ivy and Susan, who wrote Your Brain on Art, talk about small C creativity, which is like setting a table with intention. And what Claire used to say when she would do these talks with me is that intention changes a chore into a creative act. So even, she would always say, plating dino nuggets. She babysat straight through college. Talk about mattering. I mean, she felt like this mom loved her so much and needed her so much. But anyway, she would talk about like taking care of these kids. And once she had read Your Brain on Art, she took these sort of small C creative acts different. They felt different to her. Like making her bed felt different to her. Doing her hair felt different to her. Like she colors her own hair and cuts it, and you know, it's a wild situation up there. But she's but so I think that there's all those small C creative acts that are sort of can be done solo. And then I think like making up games of all types is incredibly restorative for groups. And I think adults do it all the time. I mean, we've done it. I mean, we made up bridge and mahjong and pitch, which is my favorite game, and euchre. So I think that there's ways that it can be done that are no cost, no special equipment, just sort of a mindset, like being amused, a little bit amused with life and what the options are.
Great. We have a question there in the back.
Jenny, thank you for an awakening today. I'm in education, and what you said about we usually count on parents to be the ones who can have a child understand that they're valued and that they add value. But given what you said about the uncertainty and the trauma in the workplace and the absence of value and being valued that parents carry in that part of their lives, it seems to me that there's now a demand for schools in partnership with parents about what matters most to them to ensure very clearly the parents' role, recognition of parents being valued and adding value as partners in their child's education. And I'd really be anxious to hear your thoughts. 50% of the time is spent at work. 90% of parents' purpose is for their child to have a better life. How do we create that space for value and added value for parents?
I love this question. So I was asked this so often that I actually founded a nonprofit called the Mattering Movement, which has free resources for educators. Because what I believe schools can be, just like workplaces outside of school, are countercultural spaces. Spaces where an ecosystem where everyone can feel like they matter. Teachers are also first responders to kids' struggles, and they are really being asked to do things that we've never asked educators to deal with. So being intentional at the school, giving just the language, it just starts by educating people about what mattering looks like. What is it? What is this construct? What is this language? Give the language to kids, give the language to parents, give the language to teachers and educators, and then show in small ways, what does it mean to be significant? Oprah credits her success to her fourth grade teacher, Mrs. Duncan, who was the first person who made her feel like she mattered, and who also gave her a critical job in the classroom. I think it was watering the plants. So we can reaffirm each other's mattering in these schools. I mean, schools have really, parents are now looking increasingly for schools and school leaders for pastoral type care. And so I think we can give it through education, through just teaching the language, and then being intentional about just being intentional with parents about the partnership. That has really, so often, teachers and parents feel pitted against each other. And when you look at the data, the students who seem to be struggling the most in the classrooms are students, this is according to Sonia Luther's research, students who felt an acrimonious relationship between their parents and their teachers. It was like being pitted between divorced parents in an ugly divorce. So when parents understand that teachers are these critical sources of mattering for our kids, and how teachers maybe can look at the parents of these young people and understanding the extreme pressures that parents today are raising their kids in, I think it's education and it's fostering empathy between parents and teachers is how we come together again.
We have time for...
Mattering Movement.
We have time for one last question for Kelly, please. Back there.
Well, it's really more of a comment, but so we've been spending a lot of time in the Nordic countries, and they would never describe themselves as the happiest. It's contentment. But one of the things that we learned was that in Finland they have this national policy that every child should have a pastime or a hobby. And they've actually encouraged that, and then we brought that back. I'm at the Gambrell Foundation in Charlotte. And one of the things, we just came out with a report on the power of hobbies to give you a sense of purpose, to give you a sense of community, because you're more likely to join a group. the struggle that we had, to your point earlier, maybe this is the question, is people dismissed it as a hobby is a frivolous word, is a privilege, is something that they even said, like, they're not even going to know what you mean. I guarantee you, if I talked to the Bezos scholars in front of us, they would know what you meant when you talked about a hobby, and they would want you to encourage that. And it's this middle level of community leaders who often dismiss, because they're the ones who are deciding what their kids should and shouldn't have. But I'm 100% behind you, and I encourage you. Gambrell Foundation, we just wrote a report about the power of hobbies, and I hope people use it more. So yeah.
Every kid should have a plant. Every kid should have a plant.
A plant.
Take care of a plant. Take care of a living thing. Better if you could have a dog. But not everybody can deal with that. But every kid should have a plant. You matter to the plant. You're important to the plant. You keep the plant alive.
Yeah.
Teaches you how to care about something.
Thank you all for coming.